Mass business registration ni an initiative yatirweho Uganda Registration Services Bureau kugira ngo tushice abantu bona abine business ningashi by'ubushobozi ningashi ebintu byona ebali gukora kutunga musete kugira ngo tuborobeze umukuhabandikisa, and then have been going to other places, and we saved this particular time for Mbarara because we value so very much and we know that you would love the initiative. What are we trying to achieve? As much as possible ntuenda nguli muntu wena oine business alikwenda kujihandikisa tumuyice hihi ajihandikise umbwire buce ateganisibwe kandi kimworobere okumiza no kutunga benefits that arrive out of registration. Nimusha kula tagline yitu kiri ize tukugizo kushobora ngo nekintu cyorobe bunonga ukanisa business yawe. We have a team of experts who will be talking to us today, and they will be helping us to understand those benefits over and above what we know that we derive from business registration. So today, to us as an institution, it's a great event, it's a great occasion, and we are really honored and privileged to be before you. And thank you very much for braving the morning and coming in the numbers that you have come. We are very, very honored and grateful. Mungichirize nshome speech ya Mukamanje, Registrar General. As we all know, the head of our institution is the Registrar General, Mbarara. She's called Ms. Master Chomugashoke Inubwisho. She would have loved to be here this morning. She in fact had planned to be here until yesterday evening when she was called to State House. She had to cancel and ask me to represent her in this regard. So nangina tungo mugishogwe okugambira omwirakali ya mukama wanje ebinda ashobye niye nabishobya ebirabonere niwe yabigamba. Let me read her speech as given to me. The Resident City Commissioner, Mr. Robert Kanusu, the honorable members of parliament, we're expecting some members of parliament who are, I'm sure, will be coming and joining us. The board chair, represented by Ms. Anne Katshabe, staff of URSB, representatives of the business community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I stand before you today to welcome you to the launch of a significant initiative for our economy, the Mass Business Registration Initiative. As you are aware, Uganda Registration Services Bureau has a mandate of carrying out registrations required under relevant laws. The registrations include business registration, document registration, intellectual property rights registration, security in movable property registration, civil registration, and insolvency services. The mass business registration that we are launching is one of our core mandates as a bureau. It is part of URSB's effort to create a more business-friendly environment and contribute to private sector growth. This has a huge potential to Uganda's national development plan, goal of increasing household incomes and improving the quality of life of Ugandans. Currently, the informal sector remains large at an estimated 53.5% of the gross domestic product. In addition, we are mindful of the barriers the informality of the economy poses to businesses in Uganda. These include limited access to finance, lack of legal recognition, limited market access, informal business practices, and regulatory barriers, among others. This initiative was born out of a vision to increase the formalization of the economy through business registration and the promotion of awareness of registration. In addition, the need to eliminate unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, simplify registration procedures, and make it easy for entrepreneurs to start and operate businesses in our country as the core of the initiative. We target to register at least 873,546 businesses that to date are unregistered by the year 2026-27, to add on the current number of 535,016 registered companies and business names. We should also note that the success of the mass business initiative will not only be measured by the number of registrations, but by the tangible impact it has on the lives of our people. It is about providing access to opportunities, fostering financial inclusion, and ensuring that everyone has a chance to participate in the economy, prosperity of our country. The initiative will be built on 3 strategic pillars, that is collaboration, engaged citizenry, and simplified processes. As a matter of necessity, productive, reliable, and consistent partnerships will be key to achieving the expected results, and stakeholder engagements through sensitization and education will shape the outcome of the initiative. Above all, simplification of processes will make it easy as possible to register businesses. More specifically, the initiative is to be delivered through establishment of more registration points across the country, mobile business registration clinics, collaboration with strategic partners, including district officials, the private sector players, and implementation of the simplified web-based registration forms to further simplify the registration process. The Mass Business Registration Initiative is a fundamental step towards building a strong, dynamic, and prosperous economy. We look forward to working with you, our stakeholders, the ministries, departments, and agencies of government, political leaders, business associations, citizens in this initiative. We are passionate going to reduce the barrier and promote a culture of entrepreneurship and compliance. By doing so, we can unlock the full potential of our nation's economic growth and create a better future for all of us. I want to acknowledge the support of government, our line ministry, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for the leadership, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for financing the initiative, the dedicated staff of URSB, and normally when my boss is doing her speeches, she invites the staff for the stakeholders to see them. So may I, in a minute, ask us, URSB staff, please hurriedly show up so that you can be seen, because we'll need to engage with you along the way. Please do come very, very fast. Thirty seconds to go. This is the dedicated URSB staff the Registrar General is referring to in her speech. Very young, dynamic, progressive Ugandans, as you see them. And as you see them dressed in lovely colors, should you have anything to ask about URSB today and you need answers, please seek them from these wonderful people. They will be able to give us the guidance. Thank you very much for coming. To the business community, the stakeholders, and our partners, your collaboration is invaluable, and it is through partnership that we can truly achieve our goals. Thank you, and let us move forward together in the spirit of collaboration and progress. That ends the speech of the Registrar General. Allow me to now take this singular honor and opportunity to welcome the board chair to address us. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you, Vincent. The resident city commissioner, Mbarara City, Mr. Robert Kanusu, the Registrar General of URSB, here represented today by Mr. Vincent Katutsi, who is the Director Civil Registration at URSB, representatives of all government ministries, departments and agencies here present today, the clergy, all of you, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. My name is Annie Ninchijuka Katshabe, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I'm here today to represent our board chair, the Right Honorable Ambassador Francis Butajira, your very own, who was unable to be here today due to other official engagements. But yantumangu mbagambira abanyambarara yabaramutse first of all konka yagira ngu nabendeza izoba rungi. On this note, I'd like to ask the URSB staff to join me in clapping for the people of Mbarara for giving us very, very good leaders who have steered the institution of URSB very, very well to achieve to reach great heights. I take this singular honor once again to welcome you to this stakeholder engagement for mass registration initiative. As the Board of Directors of URSB, which is the principal governing body, we are very impressed with the milestones achieved so far by our staff in creating an enabling environment for business formalization. URSB has designed a number of initiatives to ease the client's journey. We have launched the online business registration system, the OBRS, which enables clients to make their applications from the comfort of their offices, of their homes, and also be able to get real-time updates on the status of their applications. This OBRS system has significantly reduced the time it takes to offer registration services. The OBRS system will go a long way in supporting the smooth implementation of the mass business registration initiative, which we are launching here in Mbarara today. As URSB, we are much alive to the technological needs of our clients and commit to further simplifying our processes and systems. URSB also continues to create awareness about the benefits of business registration to enhance the country's competitiveness and drive private sector growth. Indeed, URSB recognizes that there's a direct link between business formalization and economic growth. As such, all citizens with business ideas have an opportunity to formalize their businesses and can ask advice and support on the process. With this mass business registration stakeholder engagement we are launching today, URSB will deploy means of mobilization of masses to embrace business registration. This involves camping in hard-to-reach business centers or any other centers where our physical office may not be able to provide the required registration support service. Such centers are selected based on viability, of course with guidance from the local authorities and local leaders who will also support the mobilization of business communities in Mbarara City. Please join me in appreciating the Ministry of Local Government as our partners. The representatives of local government here present, I wish to thank you on behalf of URSB for your support, continued support, as we execute our mandate to register businesses on behalf of government. To you all, our dear distinguished members of the business community, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you very much for the good working relationship we have with you and the support and contribution that you're rendering to the economy. You're the key pillars of the economic transformation of Uganda, and it is incumbent upon us to design programs that suit your needs. Last but not least, allow me to appreciate the URSB staff, led by the Registrar General, also your very own, Ms. Maseka Inobwisho, for the commitment and dedication to serving and supporting our clients, and also designing and implementing the mass business registration strategy. I now take this opportunity to invite the RCC of Mbarara, Mr. Robert Kanusu, to come forward and make his remarks. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much. The area member of parliament, whom I'm very much aware that is coming, you will allow me to recognize in protocol because I've been speaking to him. He tells me he's on the way coming here. The Registrar General, the board member, the board chairperson, Madam Anne Katshabe, the representatives of government departments, ministries, and local government, all investigators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm so happy to join you today on this great day when you are discussing an important issue of formalizing businesses in Uganda. Allow me also to recognize Mbarara City leadership, led by the town clerk of the city, Mr. Didas. Can you please stand up with the team so that I recognize you as the host? You're most welcome. I know that Mbarara City is one of the fast growing cities in the whole country, among the 10 new cities. So we always get so happy, Madam Chair, when you choose to bring such great conferences in this city. And actually the framers and architects of this city initiative feel so proud when they learn and we make our reports to them that the cities are really serving the purpose and meeting the aspirations of the framers. So I congratulate you. I congratulate the host, Mbarara, for creating a good environment that has enabled a number of events to take place here without regrets. For example, those from Kampala, Mbarara hosted the first international Rotary conference. We had over 2,000 delegates who came in this city, were served well, and they felt the heat from the land of Anne and Merrick. Mbarara also hosted an international insurers conference. We had over 1,500 delegates who were hosted comfortably in this city. These are not minor achievements. Actually, it gives hope that Mbarara is a fast-growing city and a hospitable city. Mbarara is organizing a festival to commemorate 2 years of existence, and a number of activities, especially geared towards improving investment and attracting business, is concerned. So we call on all of you from Mbarara, from Kampala, from outside the region to come back to your regional city in June and support this activity. Because, you know, these cities are doing a great job in decongesting Kampala, especially when the services can be gotten here without you moving long distances. So Mbarara at this time is also running Mbarara Business Symposium, to which URSB is also a partner. So we are so happy for URSB for calling this meeting here. We know that your contribution is what will really make a meaningful city, especially when the services are well registered and recognized by government. These also serve as planning tools for the government. Allow me at this juncture to read my official speech on behalf of my senior, retired Colonel James Mwesije, who is not here, has gone to Kampala with the state mayor and the state town clerk. So with that remark, I make the apologies for not being present. My name is Robert Kanusu. I'm the deputy RCC. And as you know, with my mandate, when they are not here, I'm the full RCC in charge. So allow me to go through a brief speech, which is guided, and I will do the last important function that I'm supposed to do. So I extend to you fraternal greetings from the office of the President and congratulate all of you upon making it to this occasion. It is an honor to officiate at this mass business registration conference by Uganda Registration Services Bureau for the business community, local government, leaders and other stakeholders from Mbarara and the surrounding districts. I have been informed that the mass registration initiative was officially launched on 26 September 2023 by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. Today I'm glad the mass business registration initiative has been also launched in Lira and Arua and the neighboring districts. I recommend that the URSB maintains its ongoing sensitization campaigns throughout all the regions of Uganda in order to raise awareness regarding business registration services. As the majority of you are aware, URSB is tasked with the mandate of business registration. In accordance with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau Act, Cap 210, the Bureau is obliged to administer and give effect to all laws that provide for registration of businesses in this country. By registering a business, it is officially documented by government, thereby enhancing its credibility and ability to easily transact business in Uganda and overseas. On 9th December 2022, with support from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, URSB unveiled the online business registration services system and a platform. This platform has significantly transformed and revolutionized the manner in which clients access business registration services remotely, offering enhanced efficiency and speed. It has been communicated to me that the online business registration system is an integral component of the Bureau's all online services. All digital strategy. As a result, our people are able to register business via the online business registration system platform at their convenience. I think this, you should clap for the URSB. I know of many of you who have been able to register or assist those who wanted to register simply by sitting around your computer, your phone, and the process is done. I know that puts Uganda now on one of the fastest growing countries and joining the middle income class. We thank you very much and commend you, URSB. I believe your invitation here today means that you hold prominent position in the realm of business registration. I know the majority of you as recognized in the protocol are leaders, and in one way or the other, you are directly assisting and using these services. So you're coming here to get more information is really empowering the business from financial institutions. It is evident that the government has made a substantial investment in order to guarantee the successes of this initiative and is dedicated to this cause. As leaders, it is now our responsibility to rally all business proprietors to take advantage of this opportunity as business professionals and leaders. I implore you to ensure that all our citizens are assisted in establishing and formalizing business. This will substantially contribute to the elevation of poverty, improve on the employment, and help us in fighting insecurity in our communities. Many times, in execution of our duty in our offices, we have had challenges with fake organizations, mobilizing funds from people, mobilizing labor markets without registration. And when it comes to follow-ups, it is actually difficult that significant progress will be achieved in pursuit of the formalization objective. The benefits of this formalization and online business registration system will be discussed further for the greater part of the day. I know that there are some presenters who will present more in depth and give in-depth information about this process. And I implore on you, as you came on time and in large numbers, please let us stay here until the program ends. It gives the organizers, it gives a lot of esteem for our region when we turn up in time like you have done and even leave at the designated time. These organizers will always come back to our region and our city to organize great events, which has a lot of other advantages that it brings to our city. I know you eat here, you sleep here, you communicate from here, you use the financial services here, and all this builds our regional city. So I thank you very much for coming in time. I thank you very much for being a dedicated team in execution of the government responsibilities as delegated to you. I'm so happy to the URSB once again, and lastly, for organizing this event in this mighty city. Before I do the last important aspect, let me introduce my comrade, my senior in service, Mr. Emi Katera, who is the RDC of Mbarara District. You're most welcome. I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I now declare the stakeholders' engagement open for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Bwana RCC. We recognize and acknowledge your very good words of wisdom. Another hand clap for our RCC. Allow me at this point, our esteemed stakeholders, to notify you of two things. The RCC has another engagement that he's going to, but before he leaves, Bwana RCC, we're asking if you can give us an opportunity to take a group picture with you and our esteemed participants. So the next part of our program, we are going to move down the stairs the same way we came. In the parking lot, there's enough space to accommodate the 150 of us so that we have a group picture. And then after the group picture, we'll take a cup of tea, which we welcome you all to. And that will take approximately 20 minutes. And we'll be back in this room at exactly 11. So allow me to invite all of you to come down with us, have a group picture, have a cup of tea, and then at exactly 11, we'll move into the bigger discussion of our gathering today. Thank you.
Actually, my apology, but I will be joining back this meeting because it's so important. I also need this information because I guide those who bring a lot of their issues and need assistance in my office. The activity I'm going to launch is about the National Housing and Population Census. They're in the process of registering and sensitizing those who will be assisting the digital process. So I'll be there for 30 minutes and come back for this important event.
We appreciate so much, Bwana RCC, for allowing to be with us for the rest of the day. Our colleagues and Mr. Vincent Katutsi, Director Civil Registration and Acting Registrar General, Mr. Mustafa Antale, Director Business Registration, Ms. Frida Wizi Naebare, Director Policy Planning and Research, Mr. Francis Kagwa, who is the Director of Internal Audit, managers, Patricia Opoka, Document Registration, Adeline Elem, Manager Regional Offices, and other senior staff. We're here with you today because of this initiative called mass registration, but in the meantime, take time to internalize the documents that we've given you on your desks. They contain some of the information that we'll be telling you here today. For a health break, the rooms are on the left through that door. If you want to move out, kindly take the left. You will find them. Allow me at this point invite Clara Tumwine, our regional head from Mbarara. He'll take us through the overview of the URSB mandate. Na eja kubagambira biki byone tukora na nahe tukushanjibwa na nokutukubasa kubayamba kutereza business zanyu kuzihandikisa na nebindi bitukora nka Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
Good morning, everyone. Our dear RDC, all leaders of the religious institutions, the cows present, different commercial officers present, and all other stakeholders, we welcome you to this mass registration launch here in Mbarara. I, for one, I am very glad and happy that you have all turned up. So I am by the names of Clara Tumwine, and I am the head of the Mbarara Regional Office. So I'm going to take you through an overview of Uganda Registration Services Bureau mandate. I know a number of you are familiar with what we do, but maybe there are a few things you do not know about the things that we do. So for starters, we are a government agency that is regulated by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau Act, Cap 210, and our mandate spans in registration. So we register and protect business enterprises. That is for business registration and under business registration. As we shall see in a few slides to come, we do registration of legal documents, registration of security interest in movable properties. We also do registration of intellectual properties, like the trademarks, copyrights, and others. We do registration of business of marriages, the different legally recognized types of marriages. And we also have a directorate of insolvency and receivership. As much as we we incorporate and register businesses, those that are interested in closing or winding up, we do that. But even those that don't necessarily want to close but want management to bring back the company on board, then we have other categories that assist in that direction. So we carry out registrations, that is new registrations of all the services that I've mentioned. We maintain registers. So when you register your marriage, we have a record of those marriages. When we register the business, we also have a record. We keep data regarding those very registrations. Then we also collect what we call non-tax revenue, which is NTR. The money that you pay is collected in the consolidated fund. Even the stamp duty is paid. So that is what we call collection of NTR. Okay? So, just a minute. Maybe you can help me. Okay, you forgive us for this. Okay, so maybe to convert what I've just said into Runyankole, because I am the regional head in Mbarara, but I'm speaking English. So, tukora registration, tujye kitongole cha government, ekikora registration ya businesses. Businesses, tuhandikisa business name, tuhandikisa za company, associations, tuhandikisa legal documents, tukora na registration ya marriages. Obshwere bono buri recognized omu ihanga. Tukora registration of intellectual properties, creations of the mind. Washtamahansi watekateke cheshongoro, ejo niyo intellectual property yakweta copyright. Wakora product yawe wajeta red star wine, silver, ejo mbajeta chi trademark. So ejo nizo questions of the mind. Then tuigura businesses, then at the same time abakwenda kuzichinga ntuzichinga. Niyo directorate tukweta insolvency and receivership. Then hinabata kwenda kuchinga businesses konka hinemu nkakantu kache akashobere no indagariza business no manyanka covid okuyizire ekateganisa business. So waenda kujigaruza busia twine properties ezikubasa kuyamba packages nkeza receivership, administration, liquidation and many others. Okay, Stephen? Okay, maybe as Stephen manages that side, registration of businesses, tuinemesh tukweta new registrations. Under new registrations, tuinemu registration of business names, registration of companies, under companies, tuineho registration of companies limited by shares, tuinemu registration of companies limited by guarantee. Emugasho yoku registering a business ezi, ni minji kandi mpamya abinja harimwe mwarebere benefits ezukwija omu registeringa. One, nchikuheza identity nka business. One trading nka GBK dairy processors nchimanchimanyisa new way nka omu ihanga lyona aku trading in that name. Tuka capability eyo tradinga, eyo kukora marketing, advertising na no expandinga. Then abakwenda kutunga za tenders, it is a must. Otaka jitunjire noteko kuboinechi registration certificate. Waenda kutunga loan bank, one of the requirements neberi a registration certificate. So orebe mgasho yo tandika business age ni minji. Business into handichisa business enche na nempango. Okoro bya services no manyakare tukatu bukora manually ukobo ine kuija office tukuyamba tukuregister injira oba tukora any continuous filing konka hat systems hindukire ntuzikora online kandi mpamya a number of you mukozi se online ejeji majeta online business registration system mujikozise kandi bayamba. Okay, so cha business ntukora also registration of legal documents. Legal documents tuinemu powers of attorney, tuinemu endagano, tuinemu statutory declarations na nebindi na byonto buhanditsa omchikwatine na nebya business. Then tuine component endijo itukweta security interest in movable property. Ejeji component ne yamba abantu abakwenda kutunga sente batakozise properties mwene ziri immovable nkitaka waenda kukozesa nkesumi yawe kukozesa livestock kukozesa crops in the garden no wasa kukozesa intellectual properties nkaza trademarks byona otunge sente okurugomu financial institutions. Omugasho go introducing a component eji gukaguryo go kuorobeza abantu kutunga sente toini itaka konko inechi oine immovable property nka fridge oine TV waenda kutunga ka sente kutanda ka business. So ejejo component neyo kuyamba the business people, the women kwebesa hombweni sejojo niyo bakweta security interest in movable property. Simple mbachira kujeta simple in short. Yeah. All right. Then to inherit kweta registration of marriages. Echanshemezeri ijoba ba stakeholders and duty bearers aba chachi mwena mwija kandi twashemerera kandi ntekateka whatever program in the afternoon tuza kubantu gamba habya civil registration konkom bugufu to registering of shwere buona over recognized 25 types of legally recognized types of marriages. Do we know what Islamic, do we know what churchy, do we know what customary wokwanjura na want to handitsa, do we know what district ba cows. So ni pamia nmuza kutunga a lot of information achkwatiri nenachi aliyecha marriages. Then tuhana licenses to churches okuwedinga otaka gisire uine kurebeka anti church yawe ine license ejo yokwikiriza kugita abantu. Then twine directorate ya intellectual property intellectual property na nabadzire ezinzo creations of the mind twine muza copyrights abine byeshongoro otaka achitamirira nyencha karoka shanga ndio ninchiplayinga kandi ntunga msento mcheshongoro chawe wakubire no benefiting nka creator or author. So into protecting us copyrights, then to protecting our trademarks. Trademarks no bonero a sign symbol echikutansa echokunywa chawe or your product echondijo because noeba kampe example ya mizi wava water jeje eberyo misho tiyo yonke kukora mizi konka bina kabonero akakutansa wava water from Renzori. So atejo nyo to registering akati nga trademark tuine hebi ndebi tukweta haro patents halo geographical indications na nevi indi na byon tukora chi tukora registration omugasho go registering trademarks na copyright intellectual property zawe. One nchikupushinga iwe nka mukama wa intellectual property ndoba no manya kunda akore kintu chanje ninza kukigobaho because wateka bwire wateka skill okuchikora. So niwe noenda kutungamu akasente umchu wakora. So mtakashtamera some of these products mukuteka they are not used tubikuza kubayamba kandi oshango ndija kuchikozesa kandi wakuchigobamu. So chiri important mumanye nko kuba kubukora. Then nanagambire cha insolvency na receivership company or business yeta chine man gokushashura amabanja or waenda kujichinga for one reason or another noija ntukuhabora tukutwara through that process of kujichinga konkana bwe itwenge chitongore tukunda kureba abantu mbigura bakuchinga orumwe no wasokushanga company teine kuchingwa ina kantu kachi akokwetaga kuterezebwamu. So noija tukuhabuzi chikwatirina habya business then tukuhabura in that regard. Nijira presentation yanga but in overall new mandate yitu. Then tulion tukora some of the initiatives is tulion taking as an institution nukwejisa abantu mass registration launch. One twajikora kubeta nkaba stakeholders vitu okubashomesa some of the things that we are doing konka we are also going on ground. I'll give an example to be it. We have been in Ivanda and Bushenyi and the commercial officers and the cows of Abebichwe Cave, they can attest to it. Ntuzayo, of course we meet some resistance, yeah. Konka orumwe resistance tekurga bubutenda kora kintu nerga habutamanya. So tuzano maduko rumwe tuzayo tubashomesa abari interested in registering bahanditsa abatari interested tubasigira material then yensia ushanga bariyomba kuterera bagira ija ndi interested in registration. So ntubaterera muranga kuturabikeho takatubinga, yeah. Then nkaba clients vitu itwe nka regional office na URSB ntuba pledge njiro kuguma ntuba kuora really nimanya of course there are few challenges here and there but to pledge ngo guma ntuba kuora then turebeke mbu ebintu byona byatamburaje. Thank you so much. Steve.
Thank you so much, Clara Tumwine. Omcharo gumutero mungaru. In short, what Clara says is we're open to support your businesses. You can reach out to our regional offices. You can go to our online platform, OBRS, to the platform budgeter OBRS, Online Business Registration System. From the comfort of your home, your office, your business, URSB will be able to register your business and you're able to remain competitive. The first one is that once your business is formalized, it gives you legal ownership. Business ne yawe, niwe mkama wayo, niwe kumanya. Echakabiri, ne kuichiriza to be able to make more money. You are able to bid, you're able to tender, and you're able to support and grow and become better. Echakasha tu financing. Most of the businesses in this country, nzigwa ahabwe kintu kimu okurwa capital ne urwa kintu kimwe because banks ziriyo kwe na government ina facilities nyingi zo kugabe sente, small business facility, development facility, SME facilities zona zero kuonka. You can only access those facilities if your business is registered. Bantu mwe kintu echo, let's take it serious. Let's encourage mubebe a messengers bitu to encourage people to be able to register their businesses. As URSB, like Clara says, and on behalf my board representative, Ms. Anne Kachabe is here, we can commit that we'll do all it takes to ensure that your businesses are registered with ease and convenience. What you see here, easy. It is a pledge that will ensure that the services we're providing are convenient and very easy. But most importantly, under mass business registration, we'll come to your localities. Tuzakuija ground, tuijombi bichweka byanyu, turebe ebikuteganisiza business zanyu habwenchi zitahandichise, and we support you. You're going to become our partners, and together we'll be able to grow this nation. But also I want you to understand that a sentence the fees from the services that we provide goes to the central fund and develops this country. That is where that money goes. How much you people have contributed to this economy. Last year, our non-tax revenue collections were 77.4 billion shillings. Mazhura. Billion ishanju na mshanju. No kabuna. That is how much money we collect and contribute to the development of this country. 77.4 billion shillings. 77.4 billion shillings. Yes, in one financial year, 2022-2023. Yes, and this year, I'm sure we will be able to collect a similar amount or even more. But all this is from these registrations and the services that we provide. So while we are also registering your business and formalizing it, you're contributing to the national economy. Clara talked about something else, Obshweri, marriage registration. There's a big interlinkage between the stability of the family, the union, and how we're able to transact. You'll notice that most small businesses, the first person who will be a shareholder will definitely be Omchara. So business ya okokujhanditsa Omchara and shareholder hajire chabaho, and you leave this world, you're sure that this venture that you started is in the hands of the right person. But she can only take ownership. Formalizing your marriage and ensuring that it is registered, it is legal, government nejimanya. Our role as URSB is to keep the registry of marriages. Let me not spoil it. Vitz and Katus will give you more details about that. There's a platform that I need to also add more emphasis on, Ntujeta security interest in movable property registry system. Omutimbagano ogukuyamba akora na akwehora. Omugasho gwitu as URSB is to ensure that the lender and the borrower are brought together. But most importantly, we know that the banks, most times when you want to get capital for your business, they demand fixed assets. Or in Enju, or in Itaka. So the small business is left out because most times mwam tabini. But when we have assets or in Entitan, or in Ortoch, or in Oman, or Zakusharur. For us, we believe that you should be able to stake those properties. The person who's licensed can't. We work with licensed and regulated lenders. Nichimanyisangu, you will not be cheated because the people we are dealing with are known, registered, and formalized. That's why we say they are licensed and regulated. They will lend you the money. We will know how much money has been lent to you, and we will know which property has been staked. At the point of payment, we discharge the interest on property, and you continue to trade. But also, because we start these businesses, we ensure that they are closed the right way. Business ya kulemera. Tuine what we call the business rescue and aftercare training. We teach our stakeholders how they can keep their businesses running. Record management. Ezokta sian zokshohoza ninga orinka haroho tribe inta kwenagamba majangbo mbakora rushanjo bari yarukumi. Are we running our businesses like that? No. So after this training of business rescue and aftercare, we ensure that we give you the basic tips on how to keep your businesses afloat and to be able to keep them competitive, to keep them running, but also to support you. Yakuremera twagamba niwe tegarike ruguru tukakuhabura emiringo outlets see ezikushoze sente. So we're here to serve you. Allow me at this point, Ken. Our next presentation is on the business registration services and implementation of the BUS business registration initiative. Konka ICT at unit Tawanya, because each presentation we wanted to ensure that it is displayed here and you're able to see all the details. Okay, we are set. Thank you so much, ICT team. This presentation on business registration services and implementation of mass business registration initiative will be done by the manager of document registration and licensing, Ms. Patricia Opoka. Wonka mutuichirize naija gambo rujunguru wonka. But at the end of her presentation, I'll be able to share them with you. Patricia, we're in your hands. Okay, as Patricia makes her way here, we have platforms in which we can be reached. We are on social media. Our website has a chat function at which you can ask some basic questions. But importantly, for all the activities that we do as URSB, we ensure they are publicized on our different platforms, on our website, on X, which is formerly Twitter. Yeah. Yes, so follow us on these Twitter handles and the other platforms. Ensure that we are reachable. We know that WhatsApp is a growing medium, and we know that it is a medium in which you might want to reach us. We have a WhatsApp number. I want you to note it down: 0712 448 448. 0712 448 448. 0782 458 8 That's our WhatsApp number. We are open to give you any response to whatever you're inquiring between 8 and 5 Monday to Friday. However, watu hereza message on weekend tubasofu tajigarkam. Konka aha Monday tuzigarkam. Each platform live tunom abantu bakuhandlinga nababa roho 24 hours between 8 and 5 Monday to Friday. However, we also know that you might need to, it is urgent to reach us on telephone. We have a toll-free line. Each line tekushashurwa neapsha. You call for free. 08 00 100 006. 08 00 10 006. Eje number tekushashurwa. It is a toll-free line. We bear the cost. We have a call center with service agents. When you call between 8 and 5 p.m. on Monday to Friday, we are able to give you the responses that you want. However, we also have email, which is also another platform, URSB at ursb.go.ug. The purpose of these platforms is to ensure that we give you various options where you can be able to reach us with ease from the comfort of wherever you are. Offices zitu za Mbarara zirika Mkuzi. And we have a number of very reliable staff. Mbarara staff, kindly stand. Nyenda mbarebe mbamanye. Mwaba buga no kweno yabe era after 5 you're able to ask them. Mbarara. Clara, where's your team? Okay, mtuenda mubamanye mubarebe mwaba buga no kwe, they are able to help you with some of the basic information that you may need. Echindi tu ntubasa kushibwa through other platforms. Konka most importantly tuenda mtere number ya call center, engage us on WhatsApp. On the X platform tumanga binji tumurio konka. It is a place that you can find us. The handle, what we call the X handle, is URSB HQ. URSB HQ, capital letters. Take time to follow us and you'll be able to get more information about our upcoming activities. Now, under mass business registration, we are doing countrywide clinics. 2 weeks ago, we were in Ishaka, Bushenyi. Previously, we Tukazibanda. We have plans to cover the whole of this region. Tinara Rekwenyama. We're going to go to Ntungamo. We'll cover Kabale. We'll cover all the other areas as a side edge. We have plans to go to Kazo, Chiruhura. The Antonde, we covered it 2 months ago. The purpose of us going down on the ground is to ensure Angu Tuabishir. We are there to help, but also to be able to hear you. Feedback is important for us as URSB. Ebmutukugambira is what we put in place and what helps us to move to the next step. We are also an open agency. Feedback itukutunga tujidiscussinga tujitom plan zitu and then we are good to go. Patricia Poka, I'm told we are set. Kindly come and take the floor.
Good morning, our participants. We want to thank you for taking time to attend this engagement. My presentation is going to be on business registration, and then I'll talk about the mass registration initiative. As earlier, the previous speaker spoke about URSB and the different services. The Directorate of Business is one of the service directorates where we have business registration. And in this, we offer a couple of services, which include name reservation. Before you come up with a business, you have to first have a name. So name reservation is a process of, is the start of doing, reserving a name, registering a business or a company. So we have business names. Business name is small, and you might have a textile shop, a stationery, or any other, a restaurant, you can have a business name. And then you can have a company. There are different types of companies. There are those which are limited by shares. And then we have limited by guarantee, not for profit. Those are usually churches and for charitable services, charity, social development. And then when these companies are incorporated, they make changes. They have meetings. When you have a meeting, the decision's made. And then you'll have resolutions registered. You file annual returns. You might increase your share capital, appoint directors, provide the location of your registered office, and then other changes. You might borrow money from the bank, and in the process of borrowing from the bank and other financial institutions, there are charges, there are debentures, mortgages, which are registered on this company file, because a company is a legal entity. And then we have document registration. For those who got their midterm, some people had issues with their names, so they had to register statutory declaration, verifying their names. We have sale agreements, land sale agreements, constitutions, deed polls in case you change your name. And we have debentures and other documents which you can register as a document. And then we offer certification. Certification means anything on our register, whether it's a company document, a business name document, a power of attorney on our register, and you want a certified copy to confirm that yes, this document is with a register of companies or documents or business names. That is certification. And then we have annual returns. Every year, companies are required to file annual returns. An annual return is a life bit of the company. It will tell us in this year, this company, the share capital was this, they acquired this number of mortgages or not, or they got this money, they had new directors, or they remained the same, they changed the location of their office, or they stayed the same. That is just the basic information. It's just the life bit of a company in a year. And then we have data searches. Many times when you want to interact with, let's say you want to trade with a company, or you want to verify information from that has been given to you, you can apply for a search. A search is to confirm the authenticity of the documents presented to you. This is commonly done by the banks, especially when you're going to open up a bank account, or a licensing authority before they issue you the license. And then the registrar of companies, we have quasi-judicial powers. It means we can hear matters, cases, disputes among company members on different issues. They can be on oppression, on those who are going against like the objectives of the company. An aggrieved party can file a petition to the registrar of companies and we'll hear them. And then we have building societies. A building society is an investment arm. You need to be a minimum of 7 people, and you'll be able to have a building society registered. With this building society, you can be able to buy land, issue dividends, lend money. It's like an investment club or a circle, but a small one. Because circles are 70 and they're registered with a different ministry, but building society is registered with a registrar of companies. So, as we do this work, we have very many laws that we implement. I won't go through them, but this is a brief of them. Of course, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and we have the Companies Act, the Document Registration Act, Business Name Registration Act, Partnership, and then we have the Stamps Act. That's where we get fees, and the company fees rules, regulations. We shall share these presentations, so don't worry. It might seem too much, but you'll get everything. Okay, so we have different types of businesses we register. Under the business name, It might be a sole proprietor. A sole proprietor means I'm alone. Let's say I have Patricia Cosmetics. I'll be able to open up my shop, open up a bank account, supply, and generally earn money from my business. And then we have a partnership. A partnership is a minimum of 2 people. And then for professionals, you can go up to 50. For non-professionals, maximum number is 20. As earlier said, I talked about the different types of companies. The common companies we have are the private companies, where you have a minimum of 2. In the amendment of the law, we had a single-member company. A single-member company means I can own my company 100%. And it's there for people who wanted to trade, but they didn't want the inconvenience of probably having other shareholders, calling for meetings, quorum, and all this. So if I have a single-member company, I can operate my company alone. The only thing is that you have to have 2 directors, an alternate who acts when, a nominee director who acts upon the death of the single member, or an alternate if the nominee is not around. But these people only come in upon death. So it means the people you appoint as these directors have to be really close to you and have your interests at heart. Because their role is, 1, to have a business continuity and a smooth transition of your business to your estate. That is their role. And then we have foreign companies. Companies that are incorporated outside Uganda can come here and register a branch of that company, and they'll be able to trade here. And then the building societies I spoke about. And then we have public companies. I think some of you bought shares in last year. Airtel went public. It's a public company. MTN is a public company. We have Umeme. We have a National Insurance Corporation. And then we have Bank of Baroda, amongst others. Those are some of the public companies we have. So when you're going to come up with a business or a company or a building society, whatever vehicle you decide, you have to come up with a name. That is a very critical stage. And when you're considering your name, the name shouldn't be offensive and shouldn't be offensive or illegal. Offensive means it can be abusive to a particular group of people, or a certain religious group or something, or it's not in accordance with the law. We have had Sexual Minorities Uganda that attempted to register around 2012. They went to court and all, but the courts upheld. You cannot register a name that is offensive to the laws of to the laws of Uganda. So what is an appropriate name? A name cannot be vulgar, and it cannot be against public policy, and it cannot be confusingly similar. Now we have Hotel Triangle. I can't come up and say Hotel Tri, T-R-I, because people know triangle, and then I'm saying Hotel Tri, and probably I'm across the road there. Clearly, my intention is to confuse the public. And then you can't have a name that takes away a mandate of government. We can't register Uganda. You can't have Uganda Registration Services Bureau as a company owned by an individual, yet it's a government agency. And then there are names which, when we are doing these searches of the names, we look at different aspects. It can't be phonetically. Phonetically, there are people who change names. Let's say instead of K, I just change letters, but when you pronounce them, they're the same. So you can't have such a name, like fast, number 1, fast, me running fast, and number 1 fast. Fast pharmacy, fast pharmacy. Do you get? You can't have that because you're confusing whoever will deal with you. When I say fast pharmacy and fast pharmacy, they sound the same. And you're in the same nature of business, so you can't have such a name. So once you go through that step, and you have a business name, in the next presentation you will have a demo where you'll see what you do. Once you reserve a name, you proceed with the requirements for, if it's a business name, there is a form, and then you'll need your ID, and then you fill in the information, the name, the location of the business, the nature of business, and all what you're going to do. And then you'll have a share capital, and then you'll have the people who are subscribing. At incorporation, you subscribe. Those are A, B, C, and others. And then one critical thing you need is identification of all the people who are going to take part in this company. For Ugandan, it's a national ID. In the event they are refugees, it's a refugee ID issued by the Office of the Prime Minister. And then for non-Ugandans, they give us their passports, valid passports. So you might wonder, so what are the benefits of registering a business? I'll give an example. You have Wava Water. You might not know the owner of Wava, but once you have a business or Hotel Triangle, they can be able to trade in its own name. So if someone is coming here, we'll tell them, when you go to Mbarara, go to Hotel Triangle. You might not even know the owner. So that is a benefit they are enjoying. They can own and transfer property. You'll find when you look at the title of this land where this hotel is sitting, it will be in the name of Hotel Triangle because it can own and transfer property. They can be able to borrow money from the bank using the business, not as an individual. The business can borrow, you can use the business to borrow money. And in case of any liability, you don't have to sue the owner, you'll sue the business. The owners only come in cases of personal liability, like fraud. That's when they lift the veil. Lifting the veil means we want to open and see who is behind this company. So we'll go after you. That's when the courts can go after you. So they can participate in bidding processes for provision of services and goods. For example, when we had to organize this event here, we had to apply, we had to call for bids through the PPDA. And of course, different hotels will bid and the best takes it. So if you're registered, that's a benefit. You can be able to participate in bidding and supply government with services. And then they can access better financial services as opposed to an individual. If it's a hotel or a business which is registered and has all its assets, you can be able to access large sums of money to grow your business and to spread throughout the country. And then the business has an enhanced, that is a benefit, you have an enhanced reputation. When they speak about your Hotel Triangle out there, people will associate it with good food, a good environment, clean and everything. So you can do that. And then they can also have access to both local and international markets, where different people who will come in will want to come to your facility and live there, enjoy themselves there. And then they can enjoy visibility through marketing. As we were taking the photo, I saw Numa. I think most of you know Numa. They have millet flour and everything, very good. You might not know who they are, but their name, they're selling themselves well because they are producing quality products and they are consistent on their supplies. So, how many of your businesses were affected? How many bank accounts were closed sometime last year? By show of hands. Okay, about 10. It was because you failed to provide the beneficial ownership form. So in 2020, Uganda was put on the grey list. The grey list is a list that comes from the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, which means that, and they have 40 recommendations where countries are supposed to comply to ensure that companies and people are not used as vehicles for money laundering and terrorism financing. So there is the Anti-Money Laundering Act, which is operationalized by the Financial Intelligence Authority. Now, this law provides for accountable persons. and the Registrar of Companies is one of the accountable persons. So it means that we should be able to have a beneficial ownership of all the companies and partnerships on our register. So there was an amendment of the law in 2022 where a provision on who a beneficial owner was created, and of course it's a natural person who owns or who has direct control in a company. Control, I might not appear on the company name. When you look at the shareholders, I might not appear there. But I'm the one who will tell you, we are going to invest in, there's that hill there, let's go and buy, we're going to buy that land, the company is going to buy that land, or let's go and supply government. But I might not appear there. I'm the beneficial owner. I'm that invisible hand that has a hand, directs this company, does this, and I'm not known. Or I might be on the company and I'm doing it. So it has two aspects you look at. So as a result of that, we required all companies to provide this information. And once you have it, you're able to provide it to the next, whether it's the bank or the URA or any other government agency that requires it. And the importance of, Ken, we're stuck. Anyway. Every company is required to hold this information. And as a result of complying with these international standards, as a country, we were removed off the grey list on 23rd February 2024, about 2 months ago. But it means once we have been removed, we should continue ensuring that companies provide this information and companies do not, are not used as vehicles. And just caution, sometimes someone might ask you, I'm supposed to receive money, can you receive it through your account? Please never accept to do that. Never receive money that you're not party to. Don't be used as a vehicle for money laundering or terrorism financing, because the penalties are steep for those who don't comply. And then for companies, what information do we collect for the beneficial owner? We have information on the name, your occupation, your address, your phone number, and your NIN number. And in that form, you never enter any information of an entity. It has to be a natural person, and the person has to be alive. Don't put information of a dead person. This information is not publicly accessible to the members of the public. It's only to the accountable persons, who include investigative entities. Ken? Stuck. Okay. Now, the next step is the mass registration initiative. This is an initiative where we want to get to our users, and we have every business registered. And in this region, we are going to cover the city, the district, Chirihura, Kazo, Ibanda, Bushenyi, Shema, Ishaka, and when we have these engagements, of course, we first, it's usually for a week-long activity where we are staged there. We'll engage the district commercial officer and the different district officials, the town clerk. Okay, this is what I was telling you about. Okay. Let's first go back one step. Other developments with the law, the legal amendment that took place, we were able to strike off non-compliant companies. A non-compliant company is one that has not filed returns for 5 years. So please, if you own a company, ensure that you file your returns every year. It's 50,000 for a private company, and then for a company limited by guarantee, it's 30,000. So you file your returns every year. But once you're struck off, it's not the end. Once you're willing to comply with the requirements, you apply to be restored back onto the register of companies. Of course, you'll pay a fee, an application fee. You file all your returns and all other documents which are missing, and then you can proceed. And then in June last year, we began the data update process. This is a process where all entities on our register are required that were incorporated on the register before 9th December, before the online business registration system was rolled out. We require you to update. And during this update, you will see the details in the next presentation. It means that you're going to provide all your information and all the IDs of all the people who are shareholders or members of these companies. And in case it's a business name, please do the same. A business name is also required to update their information. Yes. So the mass registration initiative is a campaign that began in this financial year. It's going to go on for the next couple of years. And through this engagement, we expect to register over 800,000 businesses. With our population of about 47 million, and we have less than 1 million businesses on our register, it means that there's something. Uganda is an entrepreneurial country, but it means we are not formalizing our businesses. So it means we cannot benefit from benefit from these businesses that we are putting in a lot of time and money. So this is an opportunity for all businesses. If you know someone who's doing any business, there's nothing too small not to register. If you say your business is small, you can register a business name. And you can grow and become, once the business grows, you think you're stable, you have everything in order, you can convert, seize this business name, and then you register a company. So the main objective of the initiative is to formalize our economy. We would want to have a situation where we have 3/4 of our population. Imagine more than 40 million entities on our register. It means if we have that, we're going to have, people are going to have jobs are going to be created, Bubu will become a reality, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, because we'll want to consume Ugandan products. I know there are very many people out there who are doing amazing things, but they have never registered their businesses. So we might never get to know them. So these are the areas we're going to cover: the city, the local government, Ibanda, Ntungamo, Isinjiro, Rwampara, Rubirizi, Mitoma, Chirihura, Shema, Kazo, and Bushenyi. I think we have begun, as Clara earlier on stated, and we'll cover all these areas. So wait and see us. But as you wait, you can still register online. Don't wait for too long. We'll want all of you to register. So our expectations from the local governments, from the cities, and our members here, we expect you to support us and cooperate in this initiative, because together we shall build Uganda and build the business register, and we'll have a prosperous community who are leveraging on their businesses. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, the presenter. I'm David Oramo and acting DC of Wejo District. My question is very simple. You've displayed the districts to be visited. I'm not seeing Wejo on the map. And we have always been left behind. My request is Bush to be included on the list. Thank you.
You'll be number 1 on our next list. But I've noted that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Kenneth Muhwezi, Director Solar Today, Uganda Limited. My issue is about the reservation of names. You automated your system, and that was very good. But one of the biggest challenges that we are facing with the registrars is you put your name, and then you get rejections. You again make changes, you get rejections, and you cannot talk to that registrar because they cannot access them. And sometimes when you call someone, gives you the number of that registrar, that person will tell you, don't tell her or him that I'm the one who gave you the number. And even when you call that person, the first question is, where did you get my number? And automatically, you try to give excuses, but sometimes it has been a problem. And for me, since now you are going to digital, why don't you automate the reservation of names using AI, artificial intelligence? Basically, we remove the human kind of observations, and at the end of the day, because we reserve names with an agenda, why we are reserving these names. Either they speak what we do, but you find the registrar is telling you, use this instead of this. So we think that, and before, when you had not automated the system, this registrar will refuse the name, you go to another one, accepts it. So it means it becomes judgmental. So to remove that error and that confusion, I request that you automate that. It becomes the system to reject because either it gives you, it contradicts with maybe another name, that we don't reserve, and then we have rejections and rejections. Then on the side of the registrars, I don't know why you're hiding your registrars from us, especially Kampala. When you reach in Kampala, it's very hard to meet a registrar. In Mbarara, because her office is open and she doesn't have a secretary to say first wait, but in Kampala it is very hard. And for me, that sometimes when you meet a registrar, discuss the name, you disclose why you feel you want this name, then it will become easier, maybe a registrar to accept this name. And also your personal numbers. You know, when they give you office number, you call, someone says, go to another one. What's the problem? You sharing your personal numbers, because if you want to drive business, we need to reach to you, not reaching the office and then they refer to another person. For me, if you reduce that, it becomes easier for us to reach you and to process our business quickly than first going in other areas. For example, in Mbarara, they are our colleagues, we have their numbers, and we call them. They have not received any threat from us because we work with them regularly to process our businesses, also to support our business to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My names are Ime Katera Turiabajenyi, the Resident District Commissioner, Mbarara District. I'm glad to have been part of this engagement. I only have some very few questions for clarification as we proceed. In your presentation, I want it to be clear Are the documents which have not been registered with the URSB illegal? Why am I asking this question? For example, powers of attorney might be, of course, you take oath, you will sign. Land agreements, they are well attested to by the parties. Now, supposing they are not registered with URSB, are they illegal? I can have an example. I have read the judgment of court, High Court, where one of the lawyers representing the defendants was arguing that this agreement was illegal because it had not been registered with URSB. And the good lordship said, the agreement you made, you have not denied your signature. Why are you hiding that technicality? So that is the question where I'm basing myself. Secondly, we have businesses which are licensed, but they are not registered with URSB. Why shouldn't it be a condition that before a business is licensed, should be registered first? Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, presenter. And I'm called Biampire Francis. I'm Director.com Innovations. First of all, I'm glad to be here. I thank you for this opportunity. But I also have, I want to appreciate the fact that I benefited from this mass business registration initiative, because your team has already been in Ishaka. And issues that had given me headache for some time were sorted in a few hours, thanks to Clara. Clara is someone called Clara Tumwine. Very, very supportive. I thought at the end of the exercise I would be charged. She didn't even charge me. So I felt I wanted to register that appreciation. I have a question, or I need clarification in regard to building societies. We have quite a number of groups that we belong to in our respective areas. You have a group of 10 people, 15 people. You're doing some small scale savings and credit within yourselves. So I was wondering the best mode of registration that can help us. So when you talked of building societies, it kind of clicked, but I wish to be enlightened more in terms of the legal implications, URA, or it can best fit in those interests. I also wanted to seek some clarification on the issue of share capital. I have a company, I want it registered. How do I determine the share capital, and what is the legal implication of that share capital? Then the last one is about company limited by guarantee. What does that mean, and how does it relate with the those groups that I was talking about? Thank you so much.
Patricia, do you want to take those on before you go to the next round?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The gentleman who asked about reservation. Now, the purpose of automation and the data update is to clean up so that we have one register before you can implement AI. AI, artificial intelligence, you have to have a database where you're going to search. So until you have a clean register, you cannot say, let the system reserve a name, because the systems have to be given like a dump. I'll search from something, from a register, before I can tell you this name is available, this name is not available. So this is work in progress, and we're still building our system. And of course, that's what we'd want. We'd want a system that works with minimal human interface. Because we know humans, we might be biased, we might be this, but a system can do what we want. And then you said you are unable. In that system, within that system, under reservation, you can escalate and you can appeal. If you feel your name has been unjustly denied, you have an opportunity to appeal, and it goes to another level where a different category of officers, supervisors will look at this application and will make a decision. Of course, for the registrars, it's continuous training. Once I reject your name, I should be able to tell you, I'm not giving you this name because it's similar to A, B, and C. And I should also be able to propose to you and say, you can, if you add this or if you use this. That's why you're able to, there's that comment section. As you process your work, you can be able to type and explain what you're doing. We're aware that many times people come up with companies. It's a dream, you have a dream. There's something you want to achieve. Of course, our role is to support you, not to disappoint you and kill your dream. And on personal numbers, I would have my reservations. We are promoting transparency. So if it's an issue, that's why we have, once you come to Kampala, we have an office at Georgian House where the old office was, and the head office is at in Kololo. You'll find our director in Kololo. And I and my colleagues sit at Georgian House. It's an open plan. They're not offices, we have no secretaries. Once you come in, you'll meet us. So you shouldn't feel like you need to make an appointment to come and see us. We're always in office. Once we're in office, you have a right to meet a manager, you have a right to meet a senior, you have a right to meet a registrar, because we're there to facilitate business. And on documents not being registered, whether they're illegal, they're not. Registration of documents give them evidential value. It means you can be able to submit them in court. That is the reason. So if we have a sale agreement, that's why you have witnesses, I sign, you sign, we have IDs, it doesn't make it illegal. It's to give it evidential value. Yeah. And then businesses that are not registered and are licensed under the tax register expansion program, where we have Uganda Revenue Authority, the local government, and KCCA in the case of Kampala. We're working on that so that we have one registration form. You register, and then you'll be able to be issued a license and a TIN. No. In Kampala, it's KCCA. Out of Kampala, it's the local government. Yes. So we're working together. Yes. Local government is one of the partners under TREP. Yes. And then the feedback on Nishaka is appreciated. Clara is in the room. I hope she had. Whenever we offer services, we don't charge you. You only pay the fees required under the different laws. Our services, our work is to support you, so you can't pay us for supporting you because we're paid by government of Uganda. So please don't pay anyone for any service. Whatever you pay for, you either pay through mobile money or bank or Visa, the different means, but don't pay for our services. So a building society is a vehicle you can use for now, like those groups, you're 10, you're 15. You can be able to save money, you can be able to lend, you can buy land, you can issue dividends to the members. So it's a good vehicle you could consider. Clara can provide more information, or you can come at the back there. We shall talk more about it later. And then a company limited by guarantee and not for profit. These are usually charity or social development. You might want to support your communities through access to water, education. You're looking at the girl child, the boy child. You want to support them through school or different initiatives. You want to support young mothers and through skilling your community. You can have a company limited by guarantee. That's what they do. Yes, the next round.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thanks so much once again for clarifying a number of issues and a great presentation, and thanks for the invitation. Alex Aliho from Excel and AIN. My question is expression of interest specifically to see whether there are opportunities of collaboration and partnership with you to deal with special groups or clusters of businesses. For example, currently Uganda is hosting an estimate of 1.5 million refugees. And when you look at the districts that are hosting the refugees, some of them now we are supporting the refugees using what you call the self-reliance and economic resilience model. And using incubation, for example, currently in collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister, we're supposed to support about 50,000 startups to register within the settlements. But we already approached Clara and the team to see how we can support and collaborate, such that in the country, but also beyond the host refugee districts, there are other districts like you have mentioned. But for us, our business is actually running business clinics or business incubation. So we'd like to see whether we can collaborate with you for specialized education like this, but at the same time, mass registration, working with incubators in different areas and special centers like refugee settlements. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tina Kugonza from Diamond Trust Bank. I want to ask about the data update. When a company is stricken off and you pay for reinstatement, the 50,000, and do the data update, then get the beneficial form, the company is off the stricken part and it's now registered, like that the red thing is off. So for companies that have not been paying annual returns in the past, they're given like a green light. So what happens to the past years that they didn't pay for? And there is no provision like online to do that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Patricia, for your teaching. I am Kafura Christopher from Ibanda District, and I'm the Vice Chairman of Chamber of Commerce, and I'm the former town clerk of Ibanda Municipality. Madam Patricia, I have two issues. One, are you giving us a handout of what you are teaching us? Because we cannot write down all these notes. We are old men and women. And you know you are, so are we expect to get some handouts, or shall go with what we have heard from you? Number two, I have a suggestion and a proposal. These traders you want to register, some of them are not literate, and some don't have companies, they have petty names. Why don't you give us a chance, we in the districts, and give us some notice to carry out mass education with your facilitation before you come for registration? So that when you come to Uganda, for example, when you tell us, you find the traders have been sensitized about the purpose of what? Being registered. But when you simply come and bump into the cow's office and you say, Mr. Cow or Madam Cow, want to register your traders, then you start calling them on the what? Using a microphone on cars. People don't come. And you register very few people. And you waste your time. And then I don't know how you make the report about, what you have spent and so on. Accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm called Umwesigwa Sam from Mbarara. I'm a community mobilizer. And my question goes in line with the companies registered as company limited by guarantee. In the past, we could just go straight away and go to the NGO board and get registered. Now when they change the systems to incorporate, to send to URSB, some organizations were sent back to the URSB to register and get a incorporation, because at first they were not giving those certificates of incorporation. They could just give working permits and then NGOs would start working. Now I'm asking, when these organizations come back to URSB, will they be considered as new companies, new organizations in the NGO board, or they just continue from where they have been reaching? I mean, where they have been, because they have been in operation. Now they have been sent to change the NGO to have that limited by guarantee status. Now, will they be considered as new, or because in the long run, the returns, filing the returns and all the documentations have changed the system and the requirements even. So then it again brings the question of the concerned offices they have created, like the one you mentioned, the FIA, and this, is it the URSB that sends the messages to those, or we are supposed to be the ones responsible to go to those offices to update with them? Then another question I wanted to ask is concerning the contents. Like on the side of people who have the art and the, like you are saying, music, you have the creativity. We have a problem in registering our concepts, and the people, very many people are hacking our contents. The names of businesses don't matter, they may differ. People may register in different names, but when we come to what we are doing in the same area, does URSB have a responsibility of saying, take for example a church, if I wanted to establish a church, does URSB control the number of churches that would be on one hill? Or we cannot set churches there and we have different names, but we are doing the same services? Is that a concern, or it doesn't matter? As long as we are having different names, we can do business, the same business, and compete like that. Are you helping us on that? So that if I produce some work or like a concept, or some person of different name in business may not duplicate or hack my concept and take it away. Thank you.
We're going to take two more questions. The first one. Okay. How many questions do we still have to go? Patricia, with your permission. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Patricia. You will allow me, I've got two observations and a simple question, one question. Let me begin with two observations. I'm observing a scenario whereby there's duplication of certain services. Take for example, someone may be operating like a circle, like George and the Friends Circle Limited. That circle needs to be registered by URSB. Then from there, it is also mandated to be registered with UMRA, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, and other entities. So I'm saying there maybe could emerge such that the person registers once for the betterment and avoiding inconveniences. Then the second thing, another observation, Madam Patricia and fellow listeners, there are a lot of people outside there who are making business, who are making money, but they are not formally registered. And one of the reasons why they are not registered, to my observation, they fear to come out because of certain unfair policies. Take for example, like taxes. People fear taxes, honestly speaking. So someone will say that the moment I turn up myself to URSB, so I'll be known. So that's, and I'll be charged a lot of taxes. Maybe the last question which I had was what's the age group for someone to qualify to be a director in a company? For example, can someone of 15 years, if I go to my company and want to compare to my son or my daughter, and she's less of 18 years, does that person qualify? Thank you very much.
I'm Nwasasa Edna. I'm the Director Link, Match Trade Link. I really want to appreciate Mbarara team for the service rendered, and also to appreciate URSB for making the registration a bit faster now. The system is faster than it was at the beginning. Though with some challenges, you know, the issue of IT and technology, how it can't be done by anyone. And I really want you to know that the people that you deal with, especially the traders, as well in business, most of them are illiterate and they cannot do that service themselves. So if we can have maybe someone to help them, especially when they come to your office and offer that service, and especially when they want to register online and the rest. One of my questions is on the charges, especially when we are registering documents. A simple paper like 1 page, you charge it a lot of money. You find that if you're registering more than 5, 10, especially when you're opening account in the bank, it's a bit expensive. And above that, we always file returns every year. Please, I don't know whether you have the mandate, but you can talk to the policy makers, make it at least 15,000. Because a small document, you're just selling it and you charge that money, it is a bit higher for the business. Secondly, I also want to ask about registration of small businesses. I want to guide or advise, if you want to do it, please don't enforce, because when time is right and someone feels like you want to register with URSB, maybe he's looking for a business or he's bidding somewhere, they will come. You find someone is having a small business, he's paying council taxes and the rest, but then if you come and want to oppose him to register with URSB, it will be a bit harder for them. We are not chasing people away from business, but we should create a conducive environment for everyone to trade. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Sirwanga. I also want to register my gratitude towards the Mbarara office led by Clara for the support always given to us. Now, for companies that registered before, you said 9th December 2022, when you introduced the online platform. Now, you realized after then, you are issuing the PDF certificates of registration. And I realized that banks, with those, they don't usually request for certified copies. Now, some of us have companies before then, every time, year in, year out, I don't know how many times I have to ask Clara to assist in certifying those copies. I see there's a lot of back and forth. So, why can't you also issue maybe new certificates of registration for those old companies with the new URSB number? Because I think that's usually the issue. Now, the second one is now beneficial ownership. Now, currently, the system assumes an individual valid with the national ID. Now, but they clearly explained beneficial owners can be a group with no national ID. So what happens there? Thank you.
Patricia, do you want to take those on first before we move to the last set?
Yes, let me take this. I'll begin with the gentleman who asked about the collaboration in dealing with business registration, mass registration, the clinics in the refugee areas and the host communities. Yes, we do that. So we can have an arrangement. You will have to write formally so that we can agree on the terms and the mechanisms. We're always available to support organized groups. But of course, if we need to schedule them out so that we know this month and this next month we're dealing with this, and then we can be able to do this. Now, for companies, once you update this company, you will have everything. Now, once the company is updated, when you go to the business account is where you use the long number and then your password. You will notice that before you file any document, you need to first file all the returns that are pending. So it's there. You'll be tagged non-compliant. So before you file a resolution, probably to open up a bank account or appoint another director, you'll need to first file all the pending returns. for you to proceed. We shall share the presentations, so don't worry. We'll do that. And then we appreciate your feedback about the notice, the engagements you'll have prior to the clinics. In the next round, we shall consider that. We shall meet you and we shall begin the engagements and mobilization so that by the time the team's on ground, you have engaged many people and they know what's going on. Yes. And then about the NGOs, in 2016, the NGO Act was amended. Prior to that, they were just reserving their names with URSB, and a reservation is valid for 30 days. After 30 days, the name is available to whoever needs. So you will, before 2016, you just reserve your name, go to the NGO bureau, board then, and then you'd get a permit. Now, with the 2016 amendment of their law, they require all those NGOs to be incorporated as companies limited by guarantee. Now, when you come to us, you come with your certificate. We agreed as a directorate not to distort, because we know many of you have been in operation for years and you are not registered. As long as the name is not similar. The problem we're having with the NGOs is that you'll find, yes, probably you are registered in 2002. You had a group that broke away and rushed and incorporated a company. When you come, you'll find your name exactly is already on the register. But of course there we usually send you back to the NGO bureau to mediate. Sometimes you'll find they disagreed over different issues and they'll reach an agreement. But we do not change your name, and when you incorporate with us, you'll get the name as of registration. You might have had a permit from 2002, but you're incorporating today, 18th April. Your certificate of incorporation will have 18th April 2024. And once you have that, usually it's those who are going for renewal of their permits. They'll issue you with a permit because a certificate of incorporation is one of the requirements at the time of renewal. If you need to go to the Financial Intelligence Authority to register, you will also do that, and Office of the, for Data Protection, you'll register with a different. So you'll use your certificate number, which is that long number, the 14-digit number. And then on the number of churches, later we shall talk about licensing of churches. But once a church is registered, we do not tell you that on that hill you can't have 2 churches. Because as long as you've complied, it's the licensing and the rest. But we can't tell you can't be next to this, you can't do this. As long as you're doing your different things. And then you talked about your concepts and certain things, your logos. In the earlier presentation, we have intellectual property. You might have a church and you have your logo. You can protect it, register that logo, your trademark. If you have a concept, if it's a book copyright, you can do that. You can have it registered and protected so that people will not use it. There was a question on duplication of businesses. Our SACCOs are registered by Ministry of Trade, not URSB. And UMRA, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, is the one that issues you a license. So it's not duplication, they do different things. The UMRA regulates SACCOs, money lenders, and other businesses. On the observation about unfair policies like the taxes, that's why people don't want to register. The taxman, I am not the taxman, but I would tell you the taxman will not tax you for what you do not earn. So what we always encourage our clients to do is to have proper bookkeeping. Separate home money and food money. If you make sales, register your sales. Take stock of your goods. And if the taxman comes, because if you have your evidence of the things you've been doing and your books are in order, you can, in the event they give you a tax receipt, you can challenge it. But I know there are discussions going on with the Ministry of Trade and the business community about the taxes. So we believe and we hope that they can address them, because it's affecting our core, which is registration, and our clients are not registering businesses. So we hope it's resolved soon. And the minimum age for a director is 18 years. There is no maximum age. And then appreciation to the Mbarara team. Clara and team are in the house. Clara, and your team, you can stand up for recognition. For those who don't know Clara, she's seated at the back. She's standing there at the back. We have Nelson, Nuliat, Douglas, Brian. Yes, those are some of the members. I think some are in office. Thank you. Continue with the great work you're doing. There's a lady who spoke about the charges. The fees we charge are in accordance with the law. And we actually, when we look at what we charge with what is in the region, we are still low. But we appreciate that feedback on the review of the fees. And then issuance of certificates. Once you have a document certified, remember it goes to your email. When you need it, you can be able to print out. I don't think if you certify it today, on Monday you ask, you'll come back, just reprint that copy and take it to the bank or whoever needs the certified copy. And then on beneficial ownership, a beneficial owner is a natural person. It can't be a group of people. The purpose of beneficial ownership is to get transparency. We want to get to the bottom of it. Let's imagine an onion. When you're peeling an onion, you look at it out, it's purple. But we want to know what is inside, at the heart. So you can never have a group of people as beneficial owners. Would want the natural people, names of 1, 2, 3. That's what it is. The next.
Thank you, Patricia. Allow us to take the last 5 questions.
Thank you, Patricia. My name is Joe Abunyasiga, and my classification is Insurance Brokerage Services. My first question is, yes, you're doing massive registration, but I need to hear on the other side what URSB is doing to help the stakeholders to sustain these companies that you're massively formalizing. And something related to that, could you also, in the line of insolvency, tell us why most of the company, because I hear you do not want the companies to cross. So do you have any measures that you could give, especially these young companies, the trainings that you give in respect to stop the companies from being insolvent, other than waiting for them to come and cross? Then secondly, on data update, how long does it take for your system to update the registrations that were done manually before you came into the online system registration? You know, before you had the online system, there was manual registration. So there are apparently registrations that are not yet formalized because of your new system of registration. So how long does it take? You really need to tell me. Then lastly, about the intellectual registration, why don't you advise at the time of incorporating the company to have the intellectual registration embedded in? Why do you want it to be a different registration. As when I'm registering a company, I have registered everything, including the intellectual registration, maybe registration of the logos and the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Bruce Areho, Director, Impro Medical Supplies Limited. Actually, my advice to the URSB is that however much you are trying to do the mass registration, here in Uganda there is a challenge. It's very difficult to find a name. The name can be reserved, but thereafter rejections begin. So I was of the view that maybe you clean your registers, especially to the companies which have failed to file the returns for the last 10 years and they are dormant. Then second, I would like to know, you've talked of updating the registered companies. How are we doing that? Are we using the URSB portal to update? Then thirdly, we've been having issues with signatures, especially companies which have got partnership from abroad, because sometimes it is expensive for someone to travel from the US to Kampala just to put a signature. I hope since you have provided a provision for online, hopefully the registrars will be accepting the signatures online, because previously they have been rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. I'm Leo Asimwe, Director, Mbarara Doctors Plaza Hospital and Golden Seal Investments Limited. I have 3 questions, and one question is related to the previous speaker. About, yes, we see you guys interested to register companies. This is okay. Definitely also expect that you need to look for a way how to protect these companies so that they exist. But then some members might fear Uganda Registration Service Bureau, after registering our companies, and then, these days we have issues with taxes. Taxes are biting everyone. So I see that people need to be sensitized a lot on registering with Uganda Registration Service Bureau and Uganda Revenue Authority. Then I have another question. Whenever you come to open up a company, to open an account in a bank, you are charged money for search to find the genuinity of the company. And now you already have papers, documents from Uganda Registration Bureau showing that your company is registered, but you must still pay more money. So I'm looking at why do we need to have to pay this money. The last question, I'm very sure majority of us were affected on 18th December when all our bank accounts were closed. And we were actually given like a week. Some of us were not around the country. By the time you come back and you find your accounts are closed and the notice has been a week. I would think that you, as our partners, you can either give us emails, communicate to us so that we are really aware and we know what we need to do so that we prepare this, than being bounced by banks. And the banks will tell you we have orders from Uganda Registration Service Bureau. This will create a lot of enmity between the business community and the Uganda Registration Service Bureau. Thank you very much. Finally, I want to thank Brian, Mbarara branch, for having actually been very supportive to us, to guide us on how to go about all these registrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Rogers Tumine. Mine is on filing returns. We have some, I would call them dormant companies. You find you have a parent who was operating a business name or a company and abandoned it about 20 years ago. And you find you want to reactivate it. But when you visit your offices, you realize you need to file returns for the 20 years and it becomes a little more expensive. So what is the possibility of getting a waiver on such a company so that it is reactivated for use? Thank you.
Our very last question, Patricia, allow this one more. The gentleman in the middle. We have to close this session and move to the next.
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent Priyahebwa. I come from Ruiz district. I have a few comments. I think most of us who are here have companies or have business names registered with URSB. When we come to URSB, we pay some fees or we pay some money and give us documents, which documents are stamped. But now, when you go to maybe open like accounts in the banks, we are also charged money, especially on searching for what? Our documents from URSB. You are saying URSB also licenses the banks. Why can't it be direct? When we go to the banks, they don't charge us more money and give them our information directly. I think by that you'll be assisting us and people will be interested in your services. 2, we are talking about mass registration. I would suggest let's not stop at mass registration. Let's also consider these people are registering to be part of URSB, because URSB gets money from these people also, and they pay. So at certain levels, let's engage them either on regional basis. You call them, talk to them, spend the day with them, so that most of them don't disappear, because most of the companies do die at registration, because at times they feel they are not getting anything from registering. But if they become part of you and you keep in touch, usually these people will be encouraged to remain in the system, and that's why most of the times we are seeing people not filing returns. I think those are just my concerns. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Mine is a very quick one because about 2-3 people have talked about it, but not to my satisfaction. I have 2 companies. One is a hospital, Mbarara Community Hospital, another one is the school. One of them, Mbarara Community Hospital, was registered in 2003. And I have several banks with which I operate. As you are aware, you cannot get a loan from the bank, open an account in the bank, unless you have letter from URSB. On 18th December, a directive came that our accounts must be closed, those who didn't make returns. I was abroad, and I had left behind instructions with checks signed to go and get money to pay staff. They could not withdraw any money. I was there for a month, and that month the hospital suffered a lot and my staff suffered. When I came back, when I went to our office, I was told that since I opened the company in 2003, I have never made any return. And I have been operating and opening banks, and getting services of URSB. And if it was not because of the able officers you have in Mbarara region, the names of Clara and Brian, I would have had a lot of problems. But I'm very grateful. I don't want to thank them because many people have thanked them. It will be useless for me to thank them again. But they are wonderful people. They worked so hard. Even on Saturday, Brian would come back to office and send requests from to your offices. And all the time, the answer I would get, the network is down. For the whole week, 2 weeks actually, until I gave up. Brian told me, you know, Mzee, we are working hard, we are going to solve it. He doesn't give up. But me, I was suffering a lot. I had to pay money from 2003 to date. And I had stamped registration papers with money that I had paid, although I didn't have receipts. I had to pay the money because the documents will not be traced. Now, my concern is when you turned to from registration to online registration, did you destroy the old manual records? Did you forget them? Did you abandon them? Where did you put them? I brought evidence to show that after 2021, I was paying and taking returns. But the Africans could not trace anything. They tried so hard. There was nothing in the computer that I had paid. So I was wondering, even if the customer had misplaced his receipts, but he has other documents certified paid, can't that be traced from your old neglected, thrown away documents so that the customer does not have to pay for 21 years, madam? I paid 21 years. Thank you. I would be grateful if I can be refunded that money.
Patricia, kindly take those on. I'm sure some of your answers will provide to the questions that are still up.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, I'll begin with the first one about sustainability of the businesses that have been incorporated. We have continuous compliance engagements with our users in different platforms. It might be online, it might be physical. We are not going to stop doing that. And then the Directorate of Insolvency have the aftercare services. After, I'll give a minute to Hamidu to speak about it. Aftercare for companies. We do not want companies to die. That's why we want to support them to grow and become bigger. Now, you asked how long does an update take? Entities, the updates are initiated by the business owners. So it's upon you to update all the companies and businesses you have on our register. It's not done on our side. You initiate it, you submit, and then we authenticate it, and you're able to access and do your business through your business account. And if you're asking how long, it depends on when you put it. If you put your work on Friday, 5 p.m., you might have to get it on Monday, if that weekend the teams are not at work. IP registration, intellectual property, these are creatures of the the mind, and it's yours. We make it available. Of course, with automation, we are considering having a notification sent to you as soon as you incorporate, so that you're able to register your trademark or your logos immediately. So it's something ongoing. With ICT, you can do so many things in the shortest time possible. So those are some of the things we are considering. For the names, someone said there are no names. The oldest company in our register is 1912. That is Kampala Club. It's still in existence and they're still operating. I think the challenge we have sometimes is that we do not wear our creative capes. We always like things similar. But we struck off over 200,000 companies, and they have up to 30th August this year to apply for restoration. And if they don't, we are going to deregister them. And once they're deregistered, these names will be available. That is a way of cleaning up the register, so that we do not have companies which are dormant, that have probably the owners are no longer interested, or they don't even remember appearing on our register. That will free up names. But I also encourage you to, let's be creative and think outside the box. We shall be able to get names. Someone spoke about the update. The update is done online. You can access and create an account through our website. In the next presentation, you will see how you can do this. For you to create an account, you need an email and a valid phone number and your name. Then you'll be able to do everything you need. And on electronic signatures, we are working with NITA. NITA is the National Identification Authority, for us to implement the Electronic Signatures Act. We have an Electronic Signatures Act in Uganda that allows us to use electronic signatures. So they are working on creation of a platform where you'll register and you'll be able to append those signatures online. So for people who have shareholders, directors out of Uganda, they'll be able to transact business at a minimal cost without having to courier documents or come to Uganda to sign. Searches are done by banks. That is part of their due diligence. Before you open up an account with a bank, they have to be very sure. So probably the conversation would be on reduction of the price, but we do not regulate banks. Banks are regulated by Bank of Uganda. It's not URSB. And the notice that bank accounts were frozen last year, the notice was from their regulator, Bank of Uganda. Our notice came up in January, where we asked all companies to provide this information. Other regulators also took it upon themselves to ensure that the people they regulate were compliant. But we are glad that many of you have overcome the frozen accounts. And once you update, now the beauty of the update going forward, you're going to get notifications to file your returns and any other documents you need to do that. So you're not going to have a situation where you do not have this or that. For those who have Form 1, in case you have any changes, there's Form 2, that is of change in beneficial ownership. In case the beneficial owner dies or the beneficial owner changes, you please update that information so that the people who need to get it will receive it in real time. And the stakeholder engagements will continue alongside the mass registration. We're not going to stop engaging our clients. We want to ensure that we're on the same page with all our clients, so we're not going to stop. It's a continuous process. We just had a halt during COVID. COVID changed the way things were done. We had to first step back and wait before we began. From Zay, I will talk to the team of Mbarara and we find out. Because if you say you have been filing returns, there should have been a record. Yes, but if they didn't find, I think that's why you had to file for returns. And in the past, compliance was not very strict. So we had people who were filing documents, but they didn't have returns on record. So this data update is an opportunity for us to cross-check all our records. Once your company is updated after this data update, you will not have a situation where there are documents we do not have, because we are like matching and we are harmonizing everything, what you have, what we have, so we are speaking to the same record. And we believe with this, we're going to have minimal cases of missing documents or something like that. Thank you.
Patricia, two last questions. The first one is...
Sorry? On his file. Yes, we are going to engage them. Yeah, I want to... Stephen, can we have Hamidu speak about the aftercare?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I appreciate the gentleman who asked about what we are doing to assist these businesses live beyond their first birthday. We have started a program called the Aftercare Support Training. In this program, what we do is that we identify the causes for business failure and we attempt to address them by skilling the business owners. Research has it that most of the businesses fail not because the owners don't have capital, but because probably the owners have not applied that capital in the right way. They have not managed their books and records properly. They have not been compliant with statutory requirements, payment of taxes. I know most of you, when you hear about taxes, you shiver or get bored, but it's a reality we are living in, that you have to pay tax. So what we have done is to identify the causes of business failure, and we take the business owners through the skilling training to make sure that you know or prevent such factors that may cause your business to fail. This program so far has been rolled out in Kampala, and in the near future we shall be rolling out the same in all our regional offices and regional areas. And we are going to come to Mbarara. When we call upon you, business owners, for this training, please attend. I know we have testimonies from people who have attended the first cohort that they have made a difference in their businesses and how they have organized their businesses. So when we call upon you next time, when Brian, Clara, and the team in Mbarara invite you for that training, please turn up and skill yourself. Get the skills that will help you sustain your businesses. We don't want these businesses to close. We cannot come here and preach Chidi is a register, and then the next year we want to come here and engage in another thing. The company registered is not doing anything, or it has closed. So that's why we have started that program. The program runs for 5 days. The training is for 5 days. It's not a one-off that we will come here and talk and have breakfast and go home. No, it's a real training for 5 days. So people who have attended it are telling us how helpful it is. And we shall roll it out. I think in the next financial year, we shall have a program to come to Mbarara, if my bosses allow. I think that's what I have to say, Patricia, about the sustainability of our businesses.
Thank you, Hamidu. Can we have a comment from Clara about Mbarara Community School?
Manager, someone is asking whether it is free or paid for. This is a free training. So we ask you to volunteer yourselves, come and learn. We bring experts, we bring people who have built brands to come and tell you how they have done it. We bring people who have, you know, the banks are running incubator programs. So we bring experts who know how these businesses can be sustained. So it is free of charge. URSB and government sponsor that training for all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you. A comment from Clara about Mbarara Community School and the hospital.
Okay. About the annual returns, right? Okay. We conducted a search on our register and there were no annual returns filed. But he had a few receipts of payment, like 1 or 2. So that's why we had advised him to make that payment. Yeah, but on the register there wasn't anything to reflect that.
Okay. There's a question here. Did you consider those few receipts you found?
It was just one receipt. If he can, it was just one receipt, if I remember properly. Okay. Addition.
There were receipts of BRS. I know receipts of BRS can't work with OBRS.
Okay. We are glad we sorted that out. There was one question I missed on waiving fees. There's someone who said there are companies that have not filed. Unfortunately, we are unable to waive fees. So if a company comes and you have not filed for 50 years, before you begin, you will have to first comply and have all these returns filed. I think that's the end.
No, Patricia. That's not the end.
Okay.
The last question, what happens to names that are struck off from the register because of not filing returns after 5 years? When another person selects it as the preferred name for the company, can that name be accepted since it's off the register?
Okay. Once a company, these companies that were struck off, come 30th August this year, we're going to go through a process of deregistration. Deregistration means now we are killing these companies and we're going to take them off the register. And by law, these names are available after 12 months. So after 12 months, so if it's 30th August this year, from 1st September 2025, these names of the companies that have been re-registered will be available for use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Mcharugu Mutero Mungaru. You're impressed. You did a good job. Don't you think? Tia koreche? Thank you very much. Allow me at this point, in the interest of time, bring on this fine gentleman, the Director of Civil Registration, Mr. Vincent Katusi. I want him to tell us about the civil registration services and the role of the duty bearers. There's been a change in program. That means that after lunch, we'll take you through our online business registration system. And this will be done in a comprehensive way for you to understand how you can be able to register using this system. And then we'll call it a day.
Thank you, Stephen. Mbasaba nabanyabo once again nimba achira aruho aba batushabire kugira ngo twese ururimi orunyankore twena tukanyirwemu konka ko kumbira ati byo rubikushobora urunyankore bindebi konka bando rujungu kashisha ati waza kubita mu runyankore nibiguma konka we shall try as much as possible kugira ngo twena tuje twatungamo. So nyowe ni nkora n'abantu abari gukora mu bintu by'ubushwere. Ibintu by'ubushwere mu rujungu marriages. Haza marriages empaha nko turi hampaha buri omurize mukwataho omungeri emwe ninge ndiju. Nareba ba reverend nahora ngutino ba pastors twin town clerks twatwine na father twatwine na I think we have even a cow twinimwe who come from homes either mushwire ninga ni mwenda kushwera. So all of you in a way you become our clients. Echachi mutafa hakada yikiri muninga ki konka mufa amashimero agakucurugamu. Obushwere bwo nantu kubabuzamu biya amashimero gankaga abantu bashemererwa. Haza umukushemerera wo kwempaho umwe twebwe kugira ibindi bitwakora ibyo kutuyamba nyensya katandike tiya. Obushwere bukatandika kare munonga wabutandikire akari ruhanga ya kuyerize kora Adamu Biblia negira ngo akaranga utishemire umuntu kutura wenga yamukolera umuhwezi yamweta Eve ruhanga kweze ko rugwe mpaho we yaheze ibindi yabasigira bazo mu musirigwa Edeni bashishire twakanya twazarwa twabaho twabireho. There was need for order, so as a government ya taking over ekintu echo bushweri kumanya ngo abantu umuntu mpatwe numbanga nico ko mu Bible Yesu atakazirwe iva kuyahiriza kugira enda Yosefu yamutwara kuza kumuhandikisa mu government ninga nabikwata kubi umwe ninjira umwe ninza aha sande umwe ninza yo konka things over is over. So ehinda ashobye nyabura mu ncenga, but I am trying to communicate that at the end of the day Joseph takes his wife kumuhandi gisomuki mu government yo bwirobwe. What was ntuzakuyeho kwempa. So obushwere then government yatunga ahandi umubushweri, and of course government ije yaha. So bona isa yampara maisa yahitaka areyo muiguru ne yahanu hati wanu uturo mu yahanu you must comply with the requirements yebyahanu tikwe then waza kuza kuriya naho nozo je biwashoborerayo. That is why Reverend na kemigisha waza kuriya ushanga cyako cyateriri wotagira wa Reverend ibintu byawe numakora bishobora wiri kora bwayikiri. So omu Uganda bushwere bwengeri 5 because abajungu batakizira hampa n'abarabu abantu bakabavugana bakundana bakoroki korambaka bagira emitenderi y'ibara munyundi y'umucigari y'umuhese wabukora umukwata nyundo umubanyankore turiga batiza bwenge. So we have what we follow as culturally, no gender mukayo muntu noteyo katera rume azayatu atware mbozi yawe umushije musigaza zayo ahiyanjura umurisha mwikiriza bakucwere bintu ukiza kubishashura bakuhingira kuba ari kuhingira nono zita z'abaciga n'abanyankore nubo washwera hata bushoro mpo bukabuturaho kandi government nebutamekitinise kandi nati bukiriho. In fact in the church nebutamekitinise because churches nyingi zigiremo no barababuze nkonka inyuma kumpa bintu biterire. Then when they say it's okay, then Reverend agumiza makora ki a blessing. So obone bushwere obwe kikaye cyo kubanza nibubaho habaho okuhingira ebimpe byo kutayataye mu customer kafo mu kabuzabuza ngutwara bayo muhagarika mu kabura ubwo tibushweri nuje kutura nawe nimuje kuzara abana nangwa nabana bazara kunkana ubutashwiri tikwe hata bajungu kubizire pareto rujungu batanga kutubihabiya ngwatiya ngo bushwero bwikire ngo muntu omwe nashoro muntu nijomwe gutaro kurenzaho utarokora batugira ngo wanda kuzo mu iguru niyo program kandi abakwenda kuzo mu iguru twajakira kai twajikunda. So twatunga bushwero bundi uba kweta ngo Christian marriage, which is the marriage of one man one woman to the exclusion of all else until death. Ebyo wazo wa Reverend ngo wa father nibyo kubana kugambira twabwakira twakunda iguru twabukoreramo obo bushwere nibo hobuteye nabo bwina mitenda y'ibukora bamu omuntu nazo mu church kuko nana bagambire obushore no bwa government. So church yompaho licensed by government. Church eyo eshemire kuba licensed by government. Government no kweza kumbeka church yawe ekabonera ko mwanya hugumpa no handika umu government ugisha bangu no enda kugita abantu abo shanga to kugita abantu ninga okora ubushwero bwempa no mwana gwa government but eka church responsibility yo kujiyamba. Nyanangu tuchenga iki ndesho mpaho. Tingwa to mixing issues because we have had challenges elsewhere when we say these things. So church ne conducting a ceremony of marriage on behalf of the state. Okay? So the state says before you conduct that ceremony, let it be in a licensed place of worship. Okay? So if the place is licensed, then ozo a reverend, ningo a father, ningo a pastor, ningo muntu wena urukora mudini ejeyo kwikiririzamu. Dera kushomera ibye dini rigamba ebikwate n'ubushweri. Uterekiragano abahempeta abahemegisha ubu bushweri bwa government goraki ebwakira ebukunda kandi bwikirize. Abajungu baza kukahampa abaharabu bije bakuratiri. Kushaba batakize nanga kabanzeje n'abahindi bakura the rail line. So twatunga abantu abahindu boli Kampala. I even believe in Mbarara muninka tempo z'abahindi naci. So abahinda bompa bisha baturumpa bakura nitwe twabakira twabamanya nango bamwe nibagamba no runyankuru wota murebera misho nugira ngo ni ko wabwiza bwera kumbe umushana n'umuhindi mwabarebiro. So obushwero bwabo bone bikizo mu bine faith ya Hindu. So obushwero bw'abahindu nabo government yakora ki yabwakira kumura kore mukora kumukuru mu bahindu banyu bikava nkumu emikoro yenye kuragira ntuza kubwakira. Ubugabo bushwere bwa kashatu ubu Uganda rikora ki yo kugona izinga hija abaharabu bo batugira ngo mushija ni ikizibwa kushwera abakazi bana. Ine nabo abantu bampaho bakugiza mu sharia inebye kuragira bantu mu nsaseti ni musalamu tinza kubishobora kandi mwenda kubijabiriza nade bampo mushamu mukuru musalamu mukuru nija kubashobora yahisa kuyica kuno ubwire bashobora kubikugenda wabo. But the long and short is ngo bufumbo ubw'abayisilamu ubu mushije omwe kushwera abakazi bana ni bwikize mu government ya Uganda kandi babahitinize. Machenga ubugabo bushwere ubwakana. Haro bushwere ubwakatano. Ubu tubota ngo civil marriage. Turukura mukamura bufumbo bukora ubakora wa DC. So government yajang find twikiriza abasilamu kugita abasilamu abakristayo n'abakristo kugita abantu babo twikiriza abitu abe nono traditionalists kugita abantu according to custom kusha ubu bwabiro bwa government mwe na government nayo ni jagita abantu kandi ufumbugira agite nabo tukore ki tugwikirizemo civil marriage. Nambwa no hatiya ko kuruga hampaha wazo wakawo kawo wamugambira ngo ubu no muntu wawe noenda kushwera kumushwera ninga mwenda gukora ubufumbo kawo hinde bintu byakora byamu amirugwizoba akashitama akakora imikoro yo mpeka gita abantu babiri bakaba abafumbo. Ubu n'ubufumbo bwa katano mwene wano ushanga iwe mpa oyine ko bufumbo buntagambaho uri umucawe twacengana wano ushanga utari mu butando bunaga mu washanga utarimo umenye ngo uri umucawe. Aha ko kushanga ukakora ubufumbo as a Christian in a church kushaka church tina license uri umucawe. Ningo wakugisire akaba tine the authority from his domination uri umucawe. Haza rono chi kurenga ukashanga wahenda mateka kana mateka government ne kora chi yaga kwatisa nigakora kizibu. Aha so ebyo mpa ninjira ngo nabigaho muri ebimpa katuza registration. So obwa civil registration kao chief administrative officer omu district na akora ki ni wale kubu presiding over abantu you appear before that him and her and you take ebiragano abakora ubufumbo bwanyu omu site town state clerk ni wale kuchukura no zo different state clerk akora ki akugita ni butano ukacha nubwa church because church ni wakugira ngo for better for worse until death. ubwo nakugambira for better for worse until a valid judgment of divorce. So abamateka bano bigiza ngo umuntu nasa kwangana na mutayi hagati aho mpaho kandi kugira ngo batitana bakore ki kushakandi wazo mu byedini buzima tuwena ngo umuntu agumana mutahiwe mpaka iruhanga rakore ki aramweteri hati obufumbo bwa church kwe kweza kubukora in a licensed place of worship yabukora church in a responsibility kan national no between reverends and between father between pastors being a responsibility yo kugambira government ngo haza esande ninguru amhago ruhiri tugisire nanka by filing a return njya kwera kwe kusha return yo mpaho ni mu filing eyo return ku filing ni cyetaga sete so kubaraza bashabe mutekani mutagira kandi mwatanga kutubezinde zaci government nesha mitwara shite necweka kugira ngo baburetana nani nteko mu fayiro kwezi kwahwa bansime nakashara emitwara shite necweka uri return twachenga in fact matekani garagira ngo enaku 10 ezo mwezi guri kurataho church eshimiye ko organizinga ikakora ki ikarutanninga these things hata wonhunku inangu reverend ninga father ninga pastor uri yaha ayebuze ushataje atatugambira ati chompunyu nachikuzi ninga tinguchukura then byasigara no kwehabura ruyari. Now abasiramu nabo nigwo gumwe they should within a quarter of the subsequent period file their returns. Abahindu nigwo gumwe customary marriages kuri gukora ubufumbo mu bwito bwa ubu kwanjura bakakuhingira kuba ari kweza kuhingira umusheija na n'umukazi bashemire kuza umumishuga sub county chief hati ngaro bita senior secretaries ninga tawunikira ka yabikorera nko mutawo n'umu kwehandisa kwanditsa ubufumbo bwabo bwe. So registra wobufumbo bwe ni sub county chief ningashi tawunikiraka kandi nako certificate nambwe niza kwa naje bayireka kwa kweza kuhandika byo yona na wakora register yeye do na wachiza bitwara nkahe wa registra jeno haziriza abijaho kare babagambire ngo rizoba bagambire so arhobwe then in a cow gumpaha natunga appointment from government. Actually there's a legislation that he take a require cow a registrar of marriages or a district. So ombute ko bwikire o church ashimphana akunganya ibintu byakozire abitwaro wa cow abihandiko mu kitabo register of marriages rero cow nawe abikwata abitwaro wa registrar general biteko mu national register tuna tugibanya Uganda 23 kwata should find it in one place. Okay, so kawa yari yampashe bukana ibuza shimpoka ntaka chikora kari kanguzira imyaka 10 bakonje buri kwezi program yiyete yimerirete uko turaze n'abayisilamu ni kukumwe bakorecho now nitugenda tutandika no kushwera ukora ubufumbo bumpo bwito bwa obwenono obwa what's that in nyankore ino traditional customary marriage mwene haza customary marriage umubuhango bwayo it's potentially polygamous no shwero orabana surumani omushisha ikizibo kushwera bakazibona abakwenda kurugira kwa kubasa obushwero umpo bwitu that is why huzo muchache bajangu umpo kandi no mwirima kushakandi government yakorachi ebo organizinga so abakaza babona bo kushwera omwe babiri bashatu as long as ni bakwanjura n'abakazi bawe ni bakwinjira yes n'abakazi bawe dikwe kandi wakubandikisa waiza kuwabukorera izoba ozowa subcounter kwandike utafa yona nyinshi babona ndijo oza yakorechi akwandike hazamheru nyenda kubagambira habwaci kiri important ukushangura ya register yo mpako nambwere ibyo nayabize nyenda ngo amheru gwizo just odeshi ndechimwe. Why is it important that my marriage should be registered? Nzako kawe ko mpona yo so kwa kuzo mumpa edini kwijire revival abantu ba pastor bitu na ba father batushobora kurungi twareba ngo ubundi kushora bakazi binje nakavuya kubona niko mwirima so twashara mu tukore ki turugeyo tuze mu mushana hati ko kuzo mu mushana bakugira ngo ine kushora mu kazo umwe. But that statement is saying a customer marriage shall be void if one of the parties has previously contracted a monogamous marriage. Nguko wagire nko mu church bakugitireyo utajya tunye impabi hashi byantama kanze gukora ki kanga ruko mbite byo kubanze bibi ebyabatate nkuritwe echo ko kuchukora echo cyo wakora subsequent cyo watate nkuru wanyu wade nabagambira mpango government impartition ndeshikiriza nkiba kigwire. Why? Because ukabanza mu mufumbo buri monogamous obukugizo mu kazomwe no mushijomwe twachenga. Similarly nitujirangu a church marriage shall be invalid if either of the parties at the time of celebrating the marriage was married customarily to another person other than the person with whom. So nguwa mpokoro buryo ogire Mbarara ukorera Mbarara ukabona umwico wa Mbarara ukamushwera zikakanya ukaza Kampala ugire gukora ka shopping ukabona yaba Kampala binde kuba kwandi bashora kwabo ukahujiro kwe hata ukashaka kandi wakato wa Kampala kandi wamutwara mu chachi ngo gumpo kundo mwebwe nono handika hamizi because uwo washiro kubanza n'umukazi wawe kandi akiriho kandi atiya warugo kwempo wazo mu ndizo type ya marriage which is not allowed. That's what this statement is saying. Ngo obo wakora Kampala obo wabukorera Serena obo mwakora Embaga obo bakuje karungi zikushazita none ushishubwiri nushango kwandika hamizi twachenga. Pardon me? Even if you register it, if you take another woman to church other than the first one that you married, even if you register, no papa yakukandikira no shobwiri twachenga. Okay, so kwa kuzo witu Kampala ntukora umurimo gwakawo nambwe nkabata aho tusha nkoro kubanza ngoro wa gatano agataho mpaho kurigashaye nakashaye 10 ware yo chinkora no utangara akuba nimba nika bishop no kugita ni mushora ningita ni bashora ningita tikwe kutukoza kugita tukwachi tukada certificate abasiramu but those certificates abasiramu being between sects ibiri and the Lord recognizes that you could have different sects kokora in Christendom tuina bakatoliki tuina bakristayo tuina bachwanga tuina you know so many denominations. They are respected and they are recognized. So n'abasiramu they have two main sects but they are more than these because tuina abandi bebike bindi but ariho secte ya Chibuli that is their certificate. That's how it looks like. Arone ya Muslim Supreme Council na initiate now kokurite impa tutukuje senga tuteka pa bitabo byitu. Then aba church waiza kusoromaliza ngamare jo muntu ushimukano ujuza form impa ntujeta form F ware bayiguraho it is called the form F. Iyo form F ariyo information eri nko marriage certificate echo kubera kiri kirungi kanze ngo twena twede certificate yemwe aha bwaci the world has become a global village ngunoza kuruga hampa ukweta yakuzanka heru no mukazi wawe otuzo mu embassy omutwara certificate nerebo nange nkiza kuza ntwara nerebo kumpa tujya mu rushuri bwa Uganda tukanze ngo tuzikora ki to standardizing zibe certificate yemwe but that's work in progress. But for now the recognized return form NEJ wakugita na ajijuza yeza kujizuzya agisigninga kurungi atero stamp agituherereza kuciye kumurema wenka church because for us we know churches is licensed and we know how celebrate marriages in those churches kuciye kwaci muremire kaninga oyinobwira na kwandikire baruha nanka niko twabagisire ebirebi nebi nimbohereza wawe kuba registeringa. That's when an individual can walk in with this form because turi kwenda ngumutanye kwegita ubone form impa uhandike uturetire utumanagirete boreki ntwenda ngo tumanye wakohereza noha I know rusa kukohereza yakohereza then we can register you. Sheneta kachira arike chompa nyine the other important matter we could talk about, we do not license priests. Yes, we don't. hiba ku trainingira itu kwatari hiba ku ronde biciri bitukumanya nibatunga nanka that authority from their denominations. So no shanga Anglican Church ne ba reverend bayo abali korachi abali gita tokayo tumankumikiriza tunyoni shaba munonga ni shaba na Monday Friday tumuni za kugita the church recognizes you as a person who is authority and they know them. So government okuteza korachi teza kureba itu byayo. Similarly our Catholic priests nabo tukurebayo because niba kuraba bakorachi bakazunga decision power they know they're supposed to be doing the work. So bari kubabiha ngo ogwagitira hampa abantu ngo government kamursa kushagitira hampa abantu no. Government in licensing a place of worship, a structure, a building. Now, I know that some churches have been complaining, especially in Pesa revival is here because university kombechire munonga kurunji ngutizi kutunga license because umwe nachi government je kwanenda munonga kuchira byona no kugira ngo abantu boyo abashitami enjure kagwa ninga kije nkomuyaga kandi gutateze bizibu. So kugira ngo tukwe license enjura yagwa umukomba kugira n'umugore ngaha bambi nitwanga. So I know there's been an issue there. You're not licensing our churches. I don't know what's going on. What do you think? You're segregating us? No. We are safeguarding the lives of the Ugandans who go in there, and the government cannot associate with you or in the church area angu because we mpono ndakorachi kugita. Ubufumbo n'ubwa government yayita kushabira ngo jiyambe nyabara twakushaba ubudedini yawe ibintu bobere kiri. Watunga requirements tukwetenga apply to government nenda mukoro kujiyamba, they will give you that authority and you can also begin solemnizing marriages through a license issued to you. Church taro utajezaho. Now let us discuss ahabwa kintu twali sobufumbo. Nyo bazire banje kanagire kura nkashanga bari yaho natika bakiriho katine shonga kabatara bahandikise ati nkuzire. Ibyo ndibyo bwiro. Hati manyansi nijane hinduka. For example, it's not unusual kushanga nkahafu y'abantu bari yahampa buri mu yarete imbere nyakaza nkahewe. Kandi ubwiro buri yakika kitariho. Hazo bwiro bwinji wanozo umusaza abajungu for example. Abajungu bondo bamanyango wabo habonire ngutwaza wento wantu nangu tubuza tugumeyo. So umwe bakubuza. Aha, tushometa ngo uzagaruka. Tukesha tikinamba mukazi wanje kanshwire hata abajita kuzagaruka. When you say that, when you fill that visa application form and you put that you're married, tiba kushwa kubuza nibabuzitwe. Nibabuza ukayija mpana tujangu boyo ngo ashwire namazima. And some of them are so interesting that they don't even fear our people. Hati nyona rechigambo father nankash papura. Nyanga rechigambo reverend aru papura. Ebinkora byano byanta kubikora mu line umustari. But bari bondi babuza na bishop. Kawateka ampo mukazi ogu but and I can tell you one time it happened. A bishop had wedded his dear wife in a place of worship and licensed. There was no return of course with us. He has a kwapenga for visa about to booze. Twajangu tempo bishop to kumanya. Bishop ko yajire bajangu bishop ngubaza tu. Mutoka shwiri. Anashaba ntobonga isire. He had to come back and guess what? Because he couldn't go back to his church. Niko twamugisiri. Nchonda kuzagambira izina ngo mutabuza kandi mahora ki mukutanga kumusisira izina. So kwari kwanditse ofumbo bwawe government manyangu oguno mushija nanka oguno mukazi nanka. Yes namazima watambara no mukazi ubwire buringo bajya kumpana mukazi mukananka batanka kweta amazina nkago. Tikwe konko matekano obotali kandi abantu bace umurimo barageraho kaco mu koti. Ibintu bya koti nengire bikutamba tamburamo nibakubuze ibuzo uyibuza bantampani betegeze ngatubakwetegereza. Haba kinna musiti cyakureba. Konkani bibuzo byaci bya government umushija oyina bakazo oyina mukazi oyina bana numbuza ngo nyino mukazi hashito ofiramisho. But courts work with papers, evidence, proof. So if you don't have that document, even if you come with grandchildren, even if their sons and daughters are photocopies of the man and they are crying mommy dad, that is not proof enough. So for your recognition handikise obufumbo ahabwaje ruhanga yakutwara kandi twara ntuje kutwara rwa so timu zakigama ndi kurumarumamo ruhanga yakutwara hati ngoma bashitama mpamwe ibintu byanya tokushuma nabyo no bisiga kuko bisiga hampa bine kuyemba abantu bo basiga tikwe But there is no way I am going to get a land title ehandikira izina ry'umuntu nkagitwara nkajya ntati ubundi ni agireta kabla yone akoso mu bank korachi kwakira kasete. They will want me to show a connection between the land title eriyo mazina ganaka nanyi. So when a person passes on, they get letters of administration to administer their estates. Omukazi kwa kugenda ine certificate ya marriage yagitwara owa administrator general azo mu Uganda ugumushana mutachari sikasibe nangwa umuntu neza rwa yakunuye yagitwara bamujyango yishtemera mpaho bamezini mpapura nguzo mu koti kwechi letters because uri umukazi w'umushija ntukumanya so ibintu nibyenye byene korachi ko kuza yokaje utingana yo mukazi we ngutumye tuteye utinyira abana bakohereza ngo wazo wakawo muze gukora meeting ekikacaremo noha orarebera ibintu byabaro kashaka twabikozere hamwe icyo twacurira kunga twine bwa mushije mwakireba so oshanga umuntu yatwarwa uryo mu busasi aba bantu bagaba ibintu bya story rya bakwituruza to kucende chompaho emitware eshatu ne kine cweka uri registered ko kuja tutero stamp ukika kuri bakwibakwa utambura yes waferwa kunga tuwanuga aba mu muri 2027 tutekoma NSSF bazibikiri jo ngani ngamara bana banje ntumwe kumva niya mpobworo bwankiza mane byankiza mane byona nari wo mushawo tine kirimo nari wo mucungo tine kirimo kugira ngo ndati ko mutima ninza NSSF ka indebe ziriho njanda atarushonga mpa nobone ntazi kwase kushane zanje. But you see I could die tomorrow ziryaho hati you have also read in the papers there is a lot of money in the banks unclaimed because abazitire bakafa kanda bakazo bakabata kuzimanya. So there is no of claiming, there is no nexus of claiming. Hati sentence yo mu banka umushanyo natwarwa umukazi wanje yajyango n'umukazi bajyango gice watureka tinde cyo kubereka no basa kuferwa. But yari umukazi wanje wazo mu SSF kujya utihaza bambe tubusasi mnonga umwami wanje yatwarwa kunka banze ngo benabika nimwe nibakwakira akatebe bakwakacayi batenga kurusinga site zawe in record time utunge bwatunga uza kureberera abana ubwire bwakuzera nubona nubikira nubika. Yes, site mbizo wabikire tuwazi fine but zayambachi eka yawe best document the marriage, the connection between the money of the person who has passed on and you who is existing. Umukoti same story waza mukoti kwajoti haza naurani mugama mpa ibintu binjo tukusha biona bihwiri nyondo y'umukazi wo mushije gumpa kandi this is my certificate registered with URSB koti negambira bari yangu musubini mugamba shatu watabahurira mutandike busi mushoborere busi because mateka that evidence of marriage is enough. It's prima facie proof ngu ogunogu bakari umushana n'umukazi yafe byagamba biribiti. It is up to you kubihindura utichache kayite na license ninga fabrication power akaforginga but on the face of it tutandikira hampa ndibano they recognize that registration. So spousal benefits na nazigambereho itoba ikora government abamwe twine akagisha oba no mugisha anyway but I think no mugisha ngo mwe government nje kali fine ntuza kuhera ka medical cover na no muchara wawe and maybe some biological children. Now the only time I can go to HR and say HR this is my dear wife and I want a medical cover for her, these are my children, I want a medical cover for them, I must show proof. So tuza kwita bari ho tijande tuzena nka tuzegamba na HR umushobora umukazi ko bari wanja we want proof, a document. Why am I saying these things? You see, when you marry customarily mwana mwajira akwanjura amwe no kuhinjira tiga amashemerero bona bashemerirwe abantu nibazenani bakoraki konka reality is real in life. This one I must also say, actually today a person looking at people traveling in a man and a woman can tell ngo gumpa no mushije guru mukazi we ngo ningo mukazi wo gumpa no musho gumpa tibini hakwati bikwate no bushwera because along with the way amashimwe gajana ngacendera. So one ogambira mushije after 10 years ngo aze kwandikisa umbushwere kandi umutekere bikavuka fuba na ta kuchenga kurunji. What am I saying? I'm saying as soon as you go through these relationships, let us have them registered. Abantu bacashemirirwe ebintu bina bicabonire kugira ngo nyensi yaho tatu ngo buzibu. There is a very unfortunate incident when they were doing the Katosi road. No ma government ekozire nkuto zona zona zazireke micheka. So nibakorora Katosi bakani bazakora mu itakari yo mushija aka reverend as incidentally he had passed on. So kubaje kora umwitaka lyeye, and of course his titles were in his names. Yunura nenda kushashura compensatinga kuza kuraba. Widow ni waine chapa, but you mazina gachi ngomushije. Taka kwenda letters of administration. Yunura is saying, present evidence that you are really this man's wife and we pay you. She runs to register her marriage with us. We find that the church in which she had been married wasn't licensed. So twaje ngo mazima mukagita bakagita bati church ketariyo, so government of mpate kubumanyi. She couldn't go to register a customary marriage. Why? Because omushaka ya feed. And like I told you, okuzowa sub county chief no jena chi abantu physical talk to no yichira. So omukazi yazo mukavuyo hakuompa, meaning she has to go through a lengthy process. Aine kurugamba akazowa akao bakata hakora meetings omwene ushangana bishika batangiye kwehindura omushani wo mwisire ngeshika yahurire ati mwene ojirota. By the time you get what you're looking for, which you might eventually get fine, but you have gone through hell. And why? Just because you didn't register within time. Nimiyamba government okumanya abantu no kuba planingira kurungi. Hati bakugambira ngo Mbarara okwezo kumpaha bagisira abantu omutwaro gumwe oli government to kumanya ngo umyezi nkamwenda ningi 10 oshime kubona vaccine z'abantu nkakashanjwa at least. That should be common sense, because we are not marrying to look at each other. Yeah, so if you have such statistics in the right place, nichiyama na government planning. And thereafter you can also know, but ngomya hanke naninga itano no itaganka nursery school to accommodate abantu ngakanana, and so on and so forth. So this information mama jutuye tujani chire kurungi nichiyamba this Mbarara kumanya what, by the way, itakubize nibitambura, let us prepare this kind of thing for the future. But if you don't have this information, obviously it becomes hard to plan. So yamba government niwe kore chi ekuyambi tugwe ngo tugambira amashomero ni make atabana bana basigira mukagambira ngo mukashwera nashinga baza kuzara bana. Inform us, and that happens through registration. When you're registered, it becomes easier. For example, when you come to us to get married, and you say, I have found X and I want to get married to them, we go and look for X, just to do a preliminary check. It's true some people have similar names, but not many. Omwana oshango muntu akashwera kare ari ya register yitu konka ahebi mushobire hati naenda kubiha binondijo, and it has happened before. These are true stories. So we are able to tell, to identify and isolate you. Na wazo muko tukabiro mushija no manyaro vrandi things are gamazina, but I saw him lying in mud mkona jitira yuru. I think he was saying heaven is swallow me. It is alleged ngwakawe no mukazi we ashwiro mu church yesa ya jirebia yekwasa. It was a pastor, not a reverend, a pastor. Ya jirebia yekwasa kweza kubiye kwasa hati we ashwiro ndija kana kuri radio station ye hati we ngo yamushwera ngo yatanga kore mikuru aroro yangu ni marima bilizi yeguro mushango atecho muno ukora. It is called bigamy, because bigamy happens when you have a subsisting relationship and then you try to do another one. Homushiha za kwehozawe TVs kazi mukwasire aliyoko empawe na nka pastor ya mchizamani. It is because the woman had evidence that actually I was married, because maybe the man could have said no, but the woman had evidence she had been married, and they had a record of her marriage. So omushiha ensi yambera ncha munonga. I remember seeing a picture that man was lying in mud. Maybe into kebyo mwehare nyabura mwehare. When you read the succession law today, at home government so it provides percentages. Is a spouse, and a spouse is defined as a legally married woman or husband to twine heir, the customary heir. Now in the percentage. So what were you mukazi ohandikirwe mwene uri gumbutika umbushwere bwawe hati wempo Yesu uri ayatwara ngo uri gumushira uri ayatwarwa, you can be guaranteed ngo arebe intebera korechi ibira yorobo mishoko. So wana mazima katujire ngo byona bena byayangire iwo torona munanga benefits seteme bizinagamba eri kukwataho okahandisha ufumbo bwawe zo zibazingaye. Customary marriage ni mitwaro ena emitware na actually ninke ebiri because nebiri katukole ebiri because I mean those are the things which are managed down there. So emitware ebiri in the first 6 months of the occurrence of the relationship. Kwa kurenga emyezi mukaga government itikawachirirwayo yongera emitware ebiri zibe emitware ina wachireba obwito bumpo bwa chachi all of us know nguwareba procession y'abantu ekurwemo ekora mu Mbarara town bakutera ubugombe bakutera ubutara money has been sente zandi ziragarika tikwe emitwaro eshito network mwene argezo zone zimwa collecting mu wedding meetings one eshito network kanebura kagisijira reverend ninga father ninga pastor mukiza ku rufumbo bwanyu nyinzi akakora cyakabahandikisa rero mpoko ashita mukalira kuntungo buzibu I can make reference to my marriage. So take my man. Na nabagambire kawo umurimo gwe nagita abantu umurimo gundi ashemire kuba na collecting all these returns. So when ashamaze muletera azigita kurunji azituletera. A cow must maintain a register of marriages. In case a person wants to prove their marriage using the register, they should be able to go and make a search and find this information with the cow. Kwali kweza ibintu byona bikwata abere register general maintaining a national register which can be searched for any reason or the other. In fact na kazi impa kugira ngo church zibire nyingi omwentu shabangu office ya kawo ninga kawo yana abasa omuntu yakora application to license their place of worship nkuna nabagambire kugira ngo turebe stability rate tugeje stability we can ask ngo tuyambe carrying out some kind of inspection na turebere namazima examination point ntiza kuteka abantu tikine shonga. So sometimes we ask for such a request for them to inspect and notify us. Church minister ni mugumanye mu rwabo rwere no kutudise kigambo kandi bahatugita no kutugita konke chukuru munonga bashimiye kumenga shuwa ngo bakora returns nambwe no kantu wari mu gishogo mpa kirara. I know this is Mbarara, but I know you take the whole of the western region up to Kabale. Recently we got about 804 marriage returns from the diocese of Kigezi. That's no mean feat for a church putting together 804. The diocese of Kigezi is Anglican, so tutegereze ngo abita barushoroza nabo bekora umurimo. And these are marriages between the COVID period hagata umpa twinakavuya umpa and now. So that is a very, very compliant diocese as far as I'm concerned. Hinkuruga rukunjiri na bishop nawe ijwera hamba aksa bishop kumpa manom hesi. That bishop recently nawe arrested all his places of worship. Ya tweleza ki? Ya for that information. So encourage your people himukuruga kore bintebi. Kuwa kushanga ngo inempeta kungato rushwa bintebi nagamba. Nyabura ninkushaba ogendo lebo checking obeshwa. Because akire kari kwa bakayikire. Mano ijo mu office otera kodi oshanga ninshora tuwanoza ishi ntinizo meeting utikashibade ntiborekire karo mpo waruga Mbarara no kari yari tindi shwa nanye bange to kumpa weeks ibiri. Avoid all that if you possibly can by making sure ngo mwashimiza kale town clerks na nabagambira umurimo gwabo wakora bushwere ubwito bwa ubwenono ubwo kuhinjira umutawuni setup nuzo watawunikira kana akora ki na kwandika. They have what we call a customary marriage certificate nibagiza kurunji bakuhandika batwa information iyo mpa. I must caution, we have seen instances where there are elements of forgery, unfortunately. Maybe because we don't appreciate istumuntu kora hati bono jirango because in a stamp nempa brezo you can just sign ohirizo umuntu akore ki atware. But by using these things okuba matakaga bandi okutereganiza abandi bantu so ko kuza kusigninga yamurwe mu ngaro to kumanye kuza ezoku mwene vyange nsiyona chances ngu yazo mikono yabantu abocuru kwataho nabasa kwata bakusisira obwire. So my advice would be as we issue these documents as people in authority to making sure ngo kituri gukora kikozere ki kiriyo mbuteka obu no busente buco butukushaba ukuna nabagambire kunkweza gamba mpa naza kampani nakora akore kwezi kwa na nyibansima. So these are some of the monies we ask for. Obu sente buco wazo wa kawo nemitwaro mwere chona chwiri nemitwara shitunebiri wazo wa kawo ukamuga manda kushwera ukateka notice ikarwaninga for 21 days kawa kakugita akwa certificate n'imitwara 32 n'ebiri arihonde chinde chimpa chimbere ninchakura bakuchigamba umuntu jampa aro wacu rezinjire akugira ngo URSB because tukikora ubushero bwa civil marriage we are competing with the other providers of that service. No, we don't compete. One, we authorize them to do it. Two, we offer an alternative. Watch it. So waba tari kuchira kanga ngumuchache, I don't encourage it. Muze kushaba. Wote kuchira kanga ngumuchache uri kwenda kuri ubufumbo bwa kawo emitwara 22. Wazo muchache bine ba kushobe byabo itwempe chitukwenda ngo sigayo emitwara 22 kutwachi kutwarutani yitu. Customer marriage na nabagambira emitwara 2 hari ngo bwire emitwara ngahe emitwara 4. Hati arho another service inkwenda gambo ndi kuhendera. I am standing between you and your lunch. Special license. Mbwenu nyowe ninkunda nanka. Mbere nintekateka ngo mukwezi kumwe mugiti. Konkana abandi yaho natunge baruha iri kunyita kuza America kandi nimbasa kugumayo. Hati nginde bwire kuzo muchachi kurwaninga banizi 21 days. Tinginde bwire kuzo wakao kurwaninga notice 21 days. Hata umuntu wanje nakorante. You can apply for a special license. No handikira minister wa justice omugambiro taza minister injire kurana ngo bwire bwo kurinda kuza gukora ebirango byasha 13 musande mu bucaci ningo kuhandikso wa kawo inakabiri na rumwe tinginde bwirobwe so nani kushanga ibiro bicendeze ebindi byona nembikiriza nyine myaka omukaza yisharire mu tino kuteganisa so he can give you a special license. The other category is when you say ninyenda kugitwa n'umuntu wanje konka chachi yitu ninje kandi ninyenda ngwensi yone ndebi mweri nyoni mugenda kamukuza umucayi wakireba so kacheka yes kacheka umucayi so ico rikora again wandika minister mugambiro utaza reverend wanje ninga father wanje ikize kungita kureka chachi ninje kandi nyine abantu binji munonga ninyenda kuza gukora nkahe kacheka umucayi minister nawe nakwikiriza for that particular purpose uzo muceka cheka ukora ubufumbo ubukirize bwo mateka kandi sho kuwo kusharamo kugiti inde bantu banje binji nyo kanze kacheka runa abukolera wabo tini license ya minister ukabukorera kacheka ubwiti bushweri ahabwaci twine records. Now finally ubufumbo buri between two people, so mwamu if you connive mbasa kuja mubihi tikwa you can connive muje mubihi kushakubukuza kugira ngo bwaza mu bwaza haza makamba yaya hata mazima nigashora niwo butugambira bakahare certificate negira mu kagiturwa nanka ruharo konkana bishuba twaba turi kaceka akagira ngo twatugwe mu cyacu kusha nabi twatugwe mu cyayi, so that evidence comes out, and once it comes out everything crumbles and who knows who's going to lose. Basabana banyabana nyangu mbashabe nkomaho. I hope that twachengana ebitachengana we are still we shall be talking about them mwebare mnonga. Okay, so one question. Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3. Stephen. There's also this one. You can also, of course. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Brenda Simwe. I'm representing the City Town Clerk of Mbarara City. My question is in respect to civil marriage. Previously, before we became a city, Mbarara district would preside over all these civil marriages. But since we became a city, of course we are equivalent to a district. So people come to us and we have not yet been, because we made some consultations with URSB about this, and I remember the explanation wasn't very clear at the time about us conducting these marriages. So we wanted to have a clear position on cities conducting this, the city town clerk conducting this marriage? Is it something to do with the gazettement of the cities? Can we have an explanation as to why? Because what we got sometime as an explanation, we have not, it has not been cleared as of now why we can't do it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you so much for this presentation. And I'm glad that you come from the rural area of Bugangari, where you come from. Now, I want a clarification on the customary marriage. One, I want to know, someone gets a lady in Mbarara city and they go. Then later on, he goes with very few people or alone with this lady to the parents of the girl. Either he pays the dowry or he promises. Does that one qualify to be customary marriage, even before he goes for registration? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Sharon Misimenta is my name, Director, Verizon Forex Bureau. I have two questions for you. Here will be my example. Alex is introduced by Grace. Grace rushes to URSB and registers the marriage under customary, right? Then Alex wants to wed Margaret. After Margaret's wedding, can Margaret also obtain the license from URSB, or it will only be given to Grace? Secondly, Alex here is married to Margaret. Then he feels he wants to wed Stella under or a cow. Both people are wedded. One under cow and another one under civil, another one under church. Whom will you give the license to in case they both come to you?
I beg your pardon again?
One, Alex here is married to Grace under church. Then he goes to cow and weds Stella under civil. Because we've seen these men do these things in our societies. So if both Stella and Grace came to URSB for registration, whose marriage is considered first? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kangara came past Steven. So the position of the cities. This is the position. Cities were gazetted. So they are there, they are cities. Then there is also a law, the Local Government Act, which says that city clerks will perform functions of the cow in the cities. So it's a foregone conclusion that you can guide and do the service. If it's not happening, please start. When people come, please serve them. When they go to the districts, because you see, you're supposed to be the person who has been in your jurisdiction for the last 15 days. So cities, if the district accept you, knowing that you come from the city and you don't live in the district, that could be a bit of an error. So and you see, when you're proving before the cow that you want to get married there, you swear affidavits, and among other things, you state where you come from. So if I am a cow in the district, and the affidavit is saying I live on High Street in Mbarara, what am I doing entertaining you? That will be a discrepancy. And like I said, because we are doing legal things are a bit delicate. Tomorrow when push comes to shove, no shanga, you might think you're helping, but cause a problem. So let people of the city go to the city clerk, let those of the district go to the district cow and be served. Customary marriages. The registration of a customary marriage is after the fact, after the giveaway, is when you go to register. In fact, even the town county chief can ask for evidence. I have seen you coming, yes, but where is the proof? You might want to go with your father-in-law, your father, you might want to go with someone who can prove. You might even want to take evidence, pictorial evidence of here, yes, we are. Okay? this function happened. His job happens after the fact. So think when angutaonikira kaninga sub county chief hampa ashanga abantu bari mu mbaga ati mwemerere ati kanta kupima nyibi kugenda umisha hampa. Iwe nolinda kuba kosa nibisho wawe. Tikwe. Now Alex has become a problem. Alex has introduced grace. But you said use the word introduced. We said it's a giveaway, not an introduction. Pardon me? If you introduce and they do a giveaway, there is a customary marriage between him and Grace. Alex cannot now go to church or to the cow and conduct a civil or church marriage with Margaret. He cannot. Now, don't worry. If it has happened, you just know that because what I am saying is as plain as this. It's like I'm saying this is a microphone. Of course it is. So if it has happened, if Alex has introduced and has been given away to Grace, or Grace has been given away to Alex, and then Alex goes and marries Margaret before the cow, Margaret is wasting time with this Alex man. You might have all papers. You can even have the most beautiful children. No. Registration, and that's a very good one. Registration, and this is the part where we need to probably improve. Registration does not validate or invalidate. Okay? So the fact that this marriage happened is good enough. The only problem is the proof. Let me use an example of my good Muzei of the community hospital. He's a man who has been around for quite some time. He's as old as my father. You might find abantu everybody hambaga yeye when he was introducing and all that and being given his wife. So if today you say, can you prove that you are customary married? Is he going to bring his son? We said Abana is not evidence of marriage. That's not evidence of marriage. Evidence of marriage is that you have followed the custom and they have given you this woman. So who is going to prove that? And we have said this document is very good proof. Let me say this at the point of, I don't know. Anyway, it was in the papers, it was in the court, so you know. One of our very senior citizens in this country, and I'm going to use names, Alhaji Chugongo, had always been known to be married to Olive Chugongo. In fact, if you remove the name Chugongo from Olive, we might not even know her. But they went to court and the court said, no, you are just friends with benefits. Yes. A court of law said, They took pictures and said, anyone can take pictures. You see, what was lacking was a simple document. But when there was a small issue and there was need to prove, so what I'm telling you are practical things and I want us to be extremely careful with them. Because now they are okay, I mean we are okay, we are living together, but tomorrow, so Alex Sokumpaya has become strong. Alex cannot wed in the church, woman X, and go to the cow and wed woman Y. It is wrong. Meanwhile, Alex Sokumpaya, when he goes to the cow, in a handika affidavit, where he says he's single and not married to anyone. And it is a sworn statement. If you lie under oath, you commit a crime. Don't say, I have been lying and I'm still here. One time will come, they will get you. Now when they get you, you will know that it was only a matter of time. So, so kawa na baranga, but you see kawa na sakwaranga abantu batachimanya. Mwachireba. So that you've been able to hide yourself and go through a ceremony of marriage doesn't, and then you have gone and registered it. Doesn't, even if I registered you and put 10 stamps, for as long as there was no underlying marriage, it's a waste of time. That's why I told you that a registration does not validate or invalidate a marriage. Stephen.
How many more questions? Mr. Katus.
But that gentleman was first.
So it's him?
I want to think so. na age nda oisha, but let's begin with him. Then and all the other questions I will answer them through lunch and as we go on the day. So what a note, because I'm here and
thank you so much. I'm Pastor Abel Munyarubiga from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I come for the Bishop, Pastor Mwanga. We want to appreciate the presentations and we want this information to send to us. Mr. Presenter, I think somebody has been married like 40 years and he had the church marriage in a church that was not registered, because registration has been emphasized way back like 2016. Now, how do we go about that person to make sure that his marriage is registered when he is alive? That was question number one. Then question number two, Father Tsime says, what God has put together, no man should put asunder. Then Mr. Katu says, Mary has been producing 5 times on cesarean what? Process. And she's now weak. The man now comes up and says she's weak. I want to go for another blood. Then you say it's okay, you can marry when the law is saying that one. Don't you think there's that kind of corruption in marriage? Let's clear that one. Thank you.
So let me just respond to your questions. One, like we said, if the law on marriage registration, the Marriage Act, is the law of 1904. How many of us were around that time? 1904. Alex was around. Now, even he was also there. So those ones, the law will not apply to them. The rest of you who are not there when the law was promulgated, 1904. Rukumi Ruenda, Ina. Whoever was not there, itakanda mkwata. And the law does not segregate. Doesn't know tribe, height, and what. Like this. So, 40 years, unlicensed place of worship, when you come in the eyes of the law, and they are not shy, they don't know you as married. But, under that act, and I don't want to go into it because that's really legal stuff. There is a provision that you can rely on to improve that. And it says that where the parties were not aware of the circumstances, if you are under a mistaken belief, for example, that the church is licensed, if you are under mistaken belief that the pastor has the right to wed you, so and then you go ahead and get wed, so you are innocent but ignorant, the law will probably, but that's a pronouncement of court. It takes a pronouncement of court. The law can then recognize you. So such a person needs to go to court for that pronouncement. Short of that, when push comes to shove, the rest will be stories. Because you say, the church says that what man has put together, let no man. Exactly. And that's the church belief. You see, we serve two masters. There's the one here, who is the law. Then there's the other one there, who when you okay? So you have to be careful on that. Two, if you have been wedded by a church and your wife is there alive, nobody, as long as she's alive and you're not, I was going to use another strange word, because for us in our omobiensi, we accept divorce. If you didn't bianga, ebiensi which is a divorce. So I was going to say that if you're not divorced in the court system, if you're not divorced and you take on another woman, you commit bigamy. Okay? If you are divorced, we shall say you have gone against church. You don't have to corrupt them. You don't even have to corrupt them. You just go and make case and they read the law, and the law, if it favors them, then but all of us would want that we really stick to our vows. But iguru biguru zakuza muno atwe hakuliya konkebi hanuya bino bantu abitereze. I hope I have been very clear. Thank you so very much. It is 13 past. I think we can, if our lunch is ready, we should have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen.
Subject y'obushwere ni subject very interesting. Abantu mbachurukiriza mnonga konka kampamye mwabyege ebyatu egesa. allow us to go for lunch. The team at the back has the coupons. So if you're passing there, ensure that the coupons are, you pick a coupon. But also, importantly, ensure that enambe wahandikisa eriyo mazina gawe. I'll tell you why at the end of this session, this evening. Enamba eshemekwe eriyo mazina gawe, etali mu mazina gondijo. Kora eriyo mazina gondijo rabate beji, ensuring wajihindra. Walaba at this stage the coupons are lunch neza koreka hokuza eza plastic neza restaurant eza kapapura neza poolside so mwetegereze ahiziratori. With that, colleagues and participants, the kansha omushijo gashabira lunch yitu.
Mwebale mnonga sewa. On behalf of the district CAV, I'm representing here and tubebaza mnonga kwa program keji na chimwe iyo bushwere nizagare report akitwe edini terimo cy'abakazi bana so nari bafather na complaining amwe ni bajya mu ijoku utari yo rwanje banana babakora ki so reka tushabe bismillahir rahmanir rahim alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yawmiddin إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Rangam tushabeje mere tukuza kuri jitere mu mugisha ebitwaye gerizo no bitere mu mugisha tusigaze rukundo no mukago dayo no buzbo mu duswere nka kubasho meza niyo topike hanekera kubera amani abantu bono borobeze twena ostere amagara marunji magara gitu amina.
Amina, wewe mnonga. Bantu wa mutujirize tuza lunch. Abariye nyuma teberia amuriyango guriya ugwagati bine coupon zanyu muzacire muza lunch. Wewe mnonga. Ntuzagaruka shaha mwenda nedachika 20. So we only have 1 hour for lunch. Kindly let's keep time so that we do the last presentation and close the day.
then the system gives me a provision of where to enter the name options that I want. So the system for now allows you a maximum of 3 names. The reason is that where the first name has not passed, the registrar can consider the second one, and if the second one doesn't go through, of course they consider the third one in that order. So first choice is considered first, then the second choice is looked at if the first one does not go through. So here I can type the name of the business that I want. Let me say Mbarara Enterprises. So as you can see, as I'm typing, the system tells me how the name is going to look like below here in green. So this is how the name would look like. Then of course I can click add alternate name to give the system the second option. So this is the first choice, this is the I can enter the second choice up to 3 choices. Then of course the other requirement is that you need to specify the nature of business of this entity that you're trying to reserve, because there are names where this would aid the name to go through. Let's say for example you have Kenneth Saloon Enterprises, then I also have, I want to register Kenneth Restaurant. So because you have specified the nature of business probably in the name or even in the nature of business classification, these names can likely be allowed to exist, because there is no way a restaurant can be confused with a saloon. So it is important that we also classify the nature of business depending on the nature that the business is going to deal in. So here, once you've specified this, then you click continue. Then the system now returns to you a summary of what you've entered, such that if you want to make any correction at this point, you just click back and then you can make the correction. So the system is telling you I'm going to reserve a business name. The type of the business name I'm going to reserve is a sole proprietor, and this is the name that I've entered. So if there were several options, I would see them below here in their in their descending order of preference. So once I've previewed and I'm comfortable with what I've entered, I click continue. And then of course this option of add attachment, there are certain names where probably you need authorization for them to be reserved. Let's say for example you want to register a university or you want to register a security company. You would be required to, there are some attachments, or there is a requirement for authorization from certain authorities depending on the type of business and the category where it falls. So for those that require attachments, you can click attach, then the system, add attachment, then the system gives you provision of adding an attachment. For where it is not applicable, you leave the box unchecked and then you should be able to proceed. So once I'm here, note that we are in a test environment. That is why this amount is 1,000 Ugandan shillings. But in the actual system, of course, we know the reservation and registration of a business name is 24,000. So you have now an option of how you're going to pay. So if you have not generated a PRN, you click on generate PRN, then the system will generate for you a payment registration, a payment reference number from URA. So like I already shared, this system will talk to URA, then they give you a payment reference number, or what is commonly known as a PRN. So once you've obtained this PRN, it is important that you tell the system how you're going to pay this PRN. And like I already shared, there are several ways you can pay. You can pay with mobile money. So I click on choose payment method. Then I'm presented with, in the test environment, we have 2 options, but in the actual system, we have 3. So here we have mobile money and then pay over the counter. Then in production, we also have Visa. So what this means is that if I select I'm going to pay over mobile money, I will click on mobile money, then the system will give me a provision of entering the phone number that is going to be debited for this payment. So it is important that you enter a phone number which has, that is equivalent to the bill that you're going to pay. Then also if I, let's say for example, I want to get the slip and then go to the bank and then I pay through the bank, I can click on pay over the counter, then the system is going to generate for me an assessment. Then I would download, print this assessment, take it to the bank, and then the bank would pay. Then I would come and then I say already paid, and then I enter the PRN, and then the application would submit. If it was Visa, I would click on the name, and then of course at this point, once the money has been received, this application is going to submit to URSB, and then the registrar is going to look at it, and then feedback is going to be returned to you in an account. So once the name has been reserved, then you can now embark on the registration process. So I'm going to just explain this menu of the system. So here on the left, as we've seen, we have my applications. So under my application is where we find all the transactions that we have done, depending on their categories. They are all resident under my application. So like for example, the application I was doing, it was a name reservation application. And as you can see, this system has presents these applications in tabs. We have the reservation tab here. So if I click on this reservation tab, which you see is in blue, it will show me only reservation applications. If I click on business name, it will show me business name applications that I'm doing in my own account. And then of course with the other details that are there on. Then of course if it was a company application, it would be resident under companies. The same applies to legal document, record search, certification, data update, reinstatement, disputes, building society. And then of course, as you can see, the other elements of certification, of course, and this dispensation, insolvency, practitioner annual returns, they would all be resident in my application. So let's say for example, you've reserved the name. For you to look for that application in the system is that you'd go to my applications, then you go to reservations tab. That is where it would be resident. And after you have now done the reservation and you start the registration, the process has now changed from reservation to registration. So it is also important to note that after the name has been approved and you have embarked on the registration process, it is no longer a name reservation application. It now changes to a registration application. Whether it's a company or business name, it is now resident in the respective tab of the entity type. So for you to be able to register a name is that you can filter, let me filter by approved. So once the name has been approved, these are the options that you would see. You would see register, abandon, or extend. So register means that you want to register, you want to start the registration process. Abandon is probably where you no longer, or you're not interested anymore in registering this name. Let's say for example, you've now changed your mind and you want to maybe type a different, register a different name, so you would abandon this application and then you apply in a fresh application with the right details that you would want. Then extend would apply for, because what happens is that these names that are given here that have been approved, you're required to register these names in 30 days. So for where you are unable to register in 30 days, the system allows you to ask for an extension by clicking extend. Then it will take you to that process where you can apply for an extension of the name if you are unable to register it within the 30 days. And after 30 days and the name has not been registered, the name expires. As you can see, some names here show expired in this account. So such a name cannot be registered because it has already expired. The time elapsed for you to, will have elapsed for you to be able to register it. So we are going to look at a process of how to register a company. So I'm going to go to my applications. Of course, I already have an application here which has dummy information. So for me to be able to find my company registration application is that I'm going to go to my application where I am now, then I click on companies. Then now I would see a list of applications that are in this account. So I'm going to click on continue. Or if it was a new application, I would go to reservation, then click register, then automatically the system would take me to this page. So when you click on register, the system automatically brings you to the what we call a form chooser. So there are certain requirements for you to register a company, or certain forms that you need to file to register a company. And these are all catered in this system. You don't have to bring forms that the system knows what you need to file basically, and all the requirements are embedded in therein. So here you have all the mandatory forms selected for you, and then you have an optional form which you can choose not to file. But of course, it is also important to note that where you've not selected, let's say for example, a form 18, is that you're going to be required to file it within 14 days after the company has been registered. So filing it with the other documents initially is usually much easier. So once I've selected the option of form which I want to choose, I click continue. Then the system now takes me to the page of entering information on this company. So on the first page, we have information that relates to shareholders, as you can see. I've already pre-filled this information just to not to take a lot of time while filling it. But what I want to explain is that the information which you're required to fill here is information that relates to share capital. So I selected the share capital currency. Then of course I entered the share capital of the company. Then of course we have a physical address here. So this system is already pre-filled with all addresses in Uganda. So you select which address that you want. If you're in Central, you select Central, and then it will give you all the districts in Central. If it was Western, the same would apply, and then of course you go down that that administration unit classification where you'll give sub-county, parish, and then village to exactly indicate where this company is located. Then of course this element, we've already looked at it. Then here is where now you enter the owners of this company. I've already entered 2 people, and for you to be able to enter one, there is a button here called add subscriber. I click on it, and once I expand it, then the system allows me now to identify which type of subscriber this is. If it's an individual, I select individual. We have several types of subscribers. It can be a company being a shareholder in another company. You can have, we have companies which have certain shareholding listed on the stock exchange, or we have another type of shareholding where you find multiple people have shares jointly, so that is called joint shareholding. So if that is the one that applies to your case, you select. And then of course the system also gives you a provision of if let's say for example this person doubles as a director in the company, you can just click on director. Then when you reach on the part of directorship, you will find this individual who you've selected also to be a director for this company automatically pre-filled for you on that form. So I'm going to maintain my 2 people who had already pre-filled. So I'm going to remove this last person who I was trying to put by clicking on this X button. So that takes away that person. So you can add as many subscribers as in your company. So I'm going to remove the 3rd and the 4th. So once you've entered information about these individuals, note that for where an individual is a Ugandan, you're required to enter a NIN, and this is a test environment NIN, and these are the details that are on this NIN. We have this NIN belonging to this individual, so the system will automatically pre-fill for you the date of birth, the name, the gender, and then you're going to be required to enter email, phone number, and then of course the occupation of this individual plus their physical address, as we've already seen. So you enter all the subscribers and then you click save and continue. So once I've continued, the system now takes me, because of the type of company which I'm registering, there is a form which is required, and this form indicates the share capital of the company and then of course the classification of the shareholding that is in this company. So on top of that, then it also has details of who is presenting this form and then their address and occupation. So I've entered that this form is being presented by a director. This is the names of the director who is presenting it. Of course, the most important part is below here. So remember that on the initial part, I had already indicated my share capital as 1 million on this previous page where I indicated the currency and then of course this amount. So when I go to the next page, I'm required now to classify that share capital which I've indicated on the S18. So I'm going to classify this share capital. So the system requires you to enter the total number of shares that make up this share capital. And then of course for you to be able to do this, this is how you do it. You enter the number of shares, then you click on add classification. So here we are going to now indicate what type of shares that this company has and the value of each share. So we've already indicated that the total number of shares in this company is 100. So now what I'm going to do is to classify these 100 shares. What type of shares are they? How are they what is the value of each share? So among the types that you can have is that, so once you've clicked on add classification, you now need to indicate the class of shares. So I'm going to click, you can have ordinary, preferential, or any other type. So I'm going to select ordinary. Then I'm going to indicate how many shares are ordinary, because it is also possible for you to have multiple shares, multiple share class rather. So I'm going to say all the shares are ordinary. So I say all of them 100 are ordinary. Then I'm going to enter the value of each share. So it means if my company has only 100 shares, then it would mean the value of each share is 10,000, because number of shares times the value of each share should equal to the share capital. So let me put 20,000. So this means that 100 times 20,000 is 2 million, which is not the share capital. So the system is not going to allow you. See, the system tells you that you've classified more than the nominal share capital that you've already indicated. So that is why you see I have a negative of share capital of 1 million. So it would mean I've classified my share capital more by 1 million. So this is not, the system cannot allow you to proceed when you've done this wrongly. So the right thing here is that I change this value to 10,000, then I click on compute again. So the system now tells me I've classified my nominal share capital. So that is because 100 shares times 10,000 will give me the total nominal share capital of the company. Then of course I indicate the person who is going to witness this form. So all this information was previously provided in the manual system, except that additional information. So previously when you would be registering a company, you would fill a form which they call A1. And this is the information that is on that form. So here you're supplying this metadata, then the system is going to generate for us this form, and then it is what we are required to sign. So we are required to use system generated forms that are going to be generated towards the last parts of the process of registration. So once I've entered these details, I go to the next part. So the next part relates to the memorandum and articles of the company. So as you might be aware, one of the parts in that memorandum and articles is the share distribution. So I've already indicated my company has 100 shares and it has 2 shareholders. So on this part I need to indicate how many shares each shareholder has. So for me to be able to do that, I expand this and then I enter the total number of shares that this person has, and then of course also the other shareholder, what they have. Note that it is also permissible at the point of registration where you can have shares which are floating in the company. So like we've already indicated, this company has 100 shares, but as you can see, I'm able to give out or to distribute only 62. Note that whoever is entered as a shareholder in the company must be allocated some shares. You cannot have someone who has no shares in the company indicated as a shareholder. So it is not mandatory to give out all the shares even at registration, you can leave some floating. So if they are all taken, then of course you indicate it as applicable. Then the other requirement that you need to indicate is that you need to clarify on the adoption of the tables in the Companies Act. So if you're adopting them in their default state, you select this first option, or if you want to alter some of those articles that are provided for in the Companies Act, you select you're going to adopt with modification, and then the system will allow you to use your modified memorandum and articles. So I'm going to maintain this at adopting the tables as applicable in their default state. And then of course I'm also required to enter some of the objectives of this company, what this company is going to do. So you can enter as many objectives as you want. I'd already entered 3. So once I've filled this part, then I proceed to, let me just take this back to 100. So you see, if I put more than the shares which are available, the system tells me you're giving people shares which you don't have in the company. 50-50. And then I click continue. Then the next step where the system takes me is the part that relates to the physical and postal address of this company. So where you've selected that you're going to file this form, is that this form is a form which indicates where this company is located physically, and then of course it also contains the postal address of this company, and it is a mandatory where you're filing it that you must have a valid postal address. And for those who don't have the postal address, the system gives you a provision to be able to get one. So you indicate where this company is located, the physical address. Let's say it is in of course it must be the address must be a Ugandan address. The company cannot have another address. It is a requirement that it has an office, or an office that is within the boundaries of Uganda. Then of course you indicate where physically this company is by selecting up to the village level from the administration unit. Then of course I'm required to indicate when this form is being filed. Then of course I'm also going to enter the postal address. So for where you don't have a postal address, the provision is there. You just click on get postal address. Then the system is going to take you to the post. It is going to give you the Posta Uganda requirement for you to be able to obtain a postal address. So here you can enter the company name, the email, the phone number. Then of course you select what they call a postal station. So the postal stations are indicated here as returned from Posta Uganda. So if your postal address is in Arua, you can select Arua. Then the system will give you a postal address that is for Arua. Note that this postal address which you're obtaining in this system is a virtual postal address. For those who would want a physical postal address which has a key, you would get that from the postal system. You can also go to eposta.ug, then you apply for the physical one or the virtual one. But the one which you purchase through OBRS is entirely a virtual postal address. But because you provide your details, let's say for example someone has sent you a package on your virtual postal address, of course they will send you an email and they have your phone number. Then they are going to dispatch that item. They will notify you, and then they dispatch that item to the nearest postal service station where you can pick it. So it still serves the purpose as if it was a physical postal address. So once you've filled this requirement, you of course you click on register with Posta Uganda, and then of course you pay for the postal address. So the fee for this postal address here is 50,000, of course depending on the physical location. If the postal address is in Adjumani, it might be cheaper. So but the highest amount is 50,000 for the postal address. So once you've obtained the postal address, the system allows you to proceed beyond this point. So once I'm done with that part, I go to Form 20, or what they call the form that indicates directors and secretary for the company. And once I've entered these people, I proceed. The system allows you to, the way we entered shareholders, I'm able to click on add, then I identify the type of director, whether an individual or an entity or a company, then I provide the details there under. So once I've indicated that element, I proceed. So note that where you're filing this form for where a company is not a single member company, you must of course indicate a secretary. And for where you have a deputy secretary, of course you can also indicate. So once I've entered the directors, then I go to the next part, which is beneficial ownership. So note that this form 1, we are registering a new company, and of course this was also a requirement that was embedded in this process. So all new companies must file this form while undergoing this process. So by default, the system is going to return for you the shareholders who have been indicated as the beneficial owners, and for where they are not the beneficial owners, you're able to delete and then you can add the beneficial owners. Note that the beneficial owners must be natural persons like they have already shared. And then of course you're required to indicate the address where the list of beneficial ownership is kept. And usually it is the company address. So you also select who is presenting this form or who is going to sign this form on behalf of the company, whether it's a director or secretary. And then of course there is additional information which is required from what is returned from the subscribers for where these people have been fetched from. So you're required to indicate the date when this person became a beneficial owner, then the extent of the shareholding, and then of course the extent of their control on this company. So these are the details which are, these are further details that are required on this part. So for you to be able to fill them, you just expand like we were expanding for the other individuals, and then you enter these details. Note that it is important to provide the right information, because there is an obligation that whatever you're providing here is the accurate information that relates to the company nature of control and shareholding by the beneficial owners. So once I've entered these beneficial owners, I click continue. Then the system takes me to the part where I'm going to enter the official email and phone number for this company. Note that the purpose of this email is the email where the registered documents, once the company has been registered, are going to be sent. It is the email which is going to receive a link to enable you to activate the company account or the business account. And it is the email which is going to be used by URSB for correspondence with this company. So it is important that you enter a valid email address, and that is why it is you're required to actually enter it twice to confirm that you're sure of this email. And then once you've entered these details, then you go to the next page, which presents you now the forms that you're going to download. So you click on this download button and then you download the form. So like I was explaining earlier, this form, while previously you would fill this form manually while registering a company, but now here is that you're providing this metadata and then the system is generating this form for you. So you give it to the people who are supposed to sign, they sign it, you scan, and then you upload this form. So among the requirements that are mandatory while registering a company is that you will provide all these forms that have been generated, and then of course on top of that you provide the copies of the national ID documents. So you will have to attach all these documents, and then of course the IDs, and then you proceed to payment. So the payment also works in a similar way like we saw for reservation. You just, the system is going to return to you the total amount that is required of you to pay, and then you either get the parent from the system, or for where you've already paid, you enter or select the payment method, and then you submit the application. So that is the process of registering a company, and it also applies to registering any type of entity in this system. You just provide the required information, and then you supply the signed copies of the forms, and then you submit the application. So the same way we register, we've undergone through this process, is the same way you would register a foreign company, let's say for example, you would register a business name, but of course the requirements would change depending on the type of entity that you would be registering. So we are quickly also going to go through a process of data update, and then we see how to onboard a company. And basically, the way we've entered data here is the same way you would enter the data in a company that is being updated. So I'm going to click on Start. For me to be able to update a company is that I'm going to click on Data Update Portal. So once I click here, the system tells me requirements for this process and why we are undergoing this process and some of the expected outputs of this process. So like I've already indicated in my first segment of the presentation, is that while you're updating this older company which existed before this system was rolled out, is that you're required to give the, or while updating you're required to indicate current information. So let's say for example the company started in 1990 and then over the years it has changed directors. The directors that you're going to indicate at this point are the current directors. So basically you're giving the system the current information that relates to the company. So for me to be able to undergo this exercise, as you can see here, one of the requirements is a valid business registration number, and this number must start with 800 like you can see here. So for those companies which were registered before 2016 that have short numbers, is that they have corresponding 800 numbers, and the way to obtain your corresponding 800 number is by going to name check, where we were earlier, where I went to URSB, then I went to the name check, and then I entered the company name. So once you're here and you don't know your corresponding 800 number, for those who have the short numbers on the older certificates, is that you can enter the company name here, then the system will return the name of your company and its corresponding 800 number, and that is now one of the requirements that you need to use when you're undergoing this data update exercise. And like I've already shared, is that you also need a valid email, phone number, and then of course postal address. Then you need the physical address of the entity, and then of course the IDs or identification for the shareholders and directors. And for Ugandans, like already indicated, you're required to use a national ID number. And then for foreigners, you can use passports. So for me to undergo a data update exercise, I'm going to enter the registration number of a company on whose data I want to update. So once I enter this number, I click submit. Then the system is going to check the current name of this entity. So if you had entered a number that belongs to another company, you would of course stop at this point. You don't proceed because you'll have initiated now an update on someone else's company. So before you click continue, you confirm that this name that has been returned is the actual name of the company. And for where this name is probably misspelled or has missing letters or anything. So because we are aware some of the names that we have on our current name check, there are those ones which have slight mistakes vis-a-vis what is on the actual certificate of this company, is that you're able to edit this name at this point and only at this point. So for where the name slightly varies with what is on the certificate and what has been returned, is that because we are also using this process to clean our register, is that you're also required to correct this name to match it with what is on your certificate. And then of course, if the date that has been returned and as the incorporation date is not what is on the certificate, is that you're also able to edit that. And then once you've done that, you can also, there are companies where you probably find that the subtype that has been returned is actually not the correct one, then you can also correct it. So once I've confirmed that these are the details, then I click continue. Then now the system takes me to the first form for this exercise of data update. And note that this form which has been returned to me here is the same form which we demonstrated with when we were registering a company. So basically these steps are more or less the same as when registering a new company, except that for a new company you're giving us the proposed shareholders of this company, the proposed directors, because the company hasn't been created yet. But here in a data update, what you're providing is the current list of shareholders, the current directors. So for data update, this information is known. You're just confirming it and supplying it to the registrar in a way to be able to facilitate digital transactions going forward. So the same way we filled all that information, share capital, currency, nature of business, shareholders, is the same way you enter it exactly here, except that here we are entering the current information of shareholders. Let's say, for example, a company was registered in 1990 with 2 shareholders, and then over the years maybe the company has increased share capital, it has onboarded new shareholders by maybe allotting shares to more people. So while undergoing this data update, you're going to indicate the current share capital of the company, not the initial share capital of the company while it was being registered. So the takeaway here is that while doing this exercise of data update, we provide current information for the company. So you can of course also add shareholders like we added for a new company, and then of course indicate their details. So the same way we go through the new company, I'm going to save and continue once I'm done here, then I go to share classification. So here what you're doing, you're indicating the share classification of this company because the classification already exists. You're just providing it in a way that is going to facilitate a digital transaction. So that is the same way we did it for a new company, is the same way you do it here. So once you're done with that, also of course you proceed with and go to the next stage, which now relates to the MEMATs, where you're going now also, of course, like we indicated in the new company, you're going to indicate the distribution of the shares in the company. So like we indicated for the new company, here in data update, indicate the current shareholding of each of the shareholders that had been indicated here as the being shareholders in this company. So of course, like the way we did it is the same way we do it here. We expand and then of course enter what everyone has in this company. Note that for where shares have been paid for through allotment, you must indicate that these shares are paid for. And then of course for where they are not, you can indicate they are not paid for. Then this element now for where you adopted the articles in the articles of the Companies Act in their default nature, you indicate that you adopted them in their default nature. For where you modified the articles or adjusted the default rules that are contained in the Companies Act, is that you select that you adopted with the modification, and then of course you're required to enter a few objectives about the company. You can enter up to max, you have no maximum number, you can enter up to 200 objectives. But for purposes of update, a minimum of 10 is good enough, and then you indicate of course the major objectives of the company, but for where you can indicate all of them, well and good. So once you're done with this part, of course you proceed to the next one, which now relates to the address. So like the way we bought a postal address, for where you don't have a postal address, you must obtain a postal address while undergoing this exercise, and of course you select the postal station as applicable to your company. Note that what you're providing here is the current address of this company and the postal address. So once you've done that, of course, you now move to the directors, where you now indicate the current list of directors of this company and the secretary. For where these people have changed over a period of time, note that we are capturing the current information and note those changes that happened. So once I'm done with the directors, I now proceed to the Form 1. So while undergoing this process of update is that we also use this process to obtain a Form 1, and actually this is the only form which you provide while undergoing this exercise on top of the one for confirming the company email and phone number. So on top of the information that we, more or less the same information which we indicated while filling this beneficial ownership form for a new company is exactly the same that we indicate here while dealing with a data update company. So I'm going to, I see that as an error. So once I'm done with this information, we have captured now the voting rights, the rights to appoint, the shareholding, the occupation, and then of course I can add a beneficial owner. Once I'm done with that, then of course I proceed. And then note that while undergoing a data update exercise, there is now this step which we did not see in the new company, where we indicate the charges that are still subsisting on this company. So as we might be aware, when a company is borrowing money in a bank, usually these companies will create what they call charges over the company assets. Let's say, for example, the company has land and it wants a loan from a bank. The company usually can pledge this land as collateral for them to secure the loan. So usually they would register what they call a mortgage on that land. And then for where that mortgage is still subsisting, because it was created and it is still subsisting, or you've not yet paid, or even for where you have already paid this loan off and then but you have not filed a form which releases this charge, because when you register this charge ordinarily, you put it on the company file, and for where you have fulfilled the obligation that you had signed up for with the lender, is that you're required to file a form which now releases this charge or extinguishes it or confirms that you have fully paid and met the obligation that had been undertaken. So for even where you have paid but you had never filed this form, as at the registry, this charge is seen as if it is still subsisting. So you're also required to indicate, as long as you have not extinguished that charge. So you're required to indicate. So you indicate the lender, you of course indicate the type of charge. As you can see here, this is a mortgage. I can add another charge and specify which type of charge it is. So among the types is that you have a debenture further charge, and then you have other, because some charge may be like a floating charge or a revolving charge, something like that. So depending on the name is that you will enter the right name that describes the type of charge that had been created by the company. So for where you don't have any charges subsisting on your company, we have a quick button here which is not applicable, and then it will quickly transit you to the next page. So if I click yes, the system is going to transit me to the next page, which now takes me to the email and phone number for a company, and then of course I confirm of course the email for the company. So once I'm done with this part, then the system now presents me, because we are undergoing data update, the system is going to present to me an option of downloading the form 1, which of course I'm expected to download, print, sign, and then upload as I submit. So this is the form 1 which is required for me to download, sign, and then submit. So once I've downloaded that, there is also another form which was introduced where the company confirms the email that they want to use. So because of issues which were happening, this form was seen as a solution to the issue which was there, where people would use their own emails on other people's companies. So as you undergo this exercise of update and even in new registration, is that this form is where a company consents to use the email that you have indicated in the process. So once that has been done, is that you're going now to be required to download these two forms, attach them in their respective document name. So let's say, for example, I'm going to, let me delete the beneficial ownership. And you see the beauty with technology is that it makes certain things much easier. So you see here we have a list of required attachments. The system is smart in a way that once you have uploaded an attachment, it goes off the list of the ones that are now required. So let's say, for example, I upload the beneficial ownership as this document and click upload. Then the system now, you can see, has taken it off the list of documents that I need to upload. So while undergoing the data update process, is that you're required to attach two forms. That is the beneficial ownership form and then the email confirmation form on top of the IDs of all people in the company that you have entered. So once I'm done with this attachment, note that this process of data update is entirely free and there is no payment, and that is why you see there is no part of going to payment, because usually it is the last stage in most of these processes. So this process does not attract any payment to URSB. So once you've done all the attachment, of course I click submit and this application would go to URSB for review, and then once it has been approved, an email which is now going to contain a fully registered beneficial ownership form and a link to activate or create a business account is sent to this email which you had indicated in the process of application or filing this data update. I think that marks the end of the processes which I think we wanted to go through, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth Nwagawa. We're going to allow our participants to ask some questions, specifically in the areas where they did not understand. So any question? Yes.
Thank you, Kenneth. I have 3 questions. One, if a company has already updated and it has filed returns, why does it remain on the list of being struck off? It is updated, the returns are filed, but when you check its name, when you check on the name search, it is in struck off status. Then another one, when you find out that maybe you have a company and someone who did the data update used his email, what does it take to change the email? Is there any cost if you are to change to the rightful owner's email? Then another one, if a company had 2 directors, one of them died and he happens to be a foreigner, and you cannot trace any document of his, how do you do the data update? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, the presenter, for today. I have just a few clarifications to inquire about. Number 1, must a director be a shareholder? Number 2, can a director have rights to no voting? A director or a shareholder, can they have no rights to voting? Number 3, if someone is below 18, do they qualify to be a director in the company? And then, does the system give you a flowback? Like if you complete the registration, do you get this information in your email as a point of reference, or you only get the certificate that you get at the final registration? Because what happens is you register a company and find that you do not remember if you put your first wife or the second wife or the third, and you want to cross-check where you put an individual, for example. Finally, is this only applicable to companies, or you can also apply to register a marriage? Thank you.
Okay, Ken, you could take those on in the time.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. I think we are going to start with the first one, where someone raised an issue of a company still showing struck off where it has already filed returns. As you are aware, these companies were struck off for non-compliance in relation to annual returns. So where a company has updated, let's say for example, and filed the returns and it is now compliant, this company should not show struck off. So for where you have a company that still shows struck off, then of course that should be a system issue you can pass by after, then we have that one sorted out. Then the other issue was in relation to where someone has used their email on someone else's company, is that because we are cognizant of this issue, that is why when we are doing data update and any registration that warrants creation of a business account, that is why we introduced a form where the company or the owners of the entity that is being registered signed that consent form indicating that they consent to use a specific email to resolve exactly what you're talking about. But for where this has happened is that you're required to make an application to the registrar where the same can be changed. So it is also a process that is in this system and it is accessible in an individual account. So as you can see, one of the things that I'm able to see here is if you are following the screen, I'm going to click on what we call application to the registrar. So once I click here, the system now gives me a form which I'm required to fill. So I'm going to indicate I want to change account details. I indicate the nature of details which I want to change. So this is update business account, email and phone number. So if you want to change the email, of course you will fill that here that you want to change the email. You indicate the company whose email you want to change, and of course you must enter the registration number. And of course such a company must have done update, of course, for it to have a business account which you now want to change. So if I enter the name or the registration number, the system will automatically bring me the details of the company. The number which I'm entering here is not in this test environment. That is why it is behaving like that. But ordinarily it would return the details about this company. Then here now, this is why it is very important. You indicate or specify what you want to change. So you can change phone number only, you can change email only, or you can change both phone number and email. So once I've filled these requirements here, note that on this wizard you can see we are on this first step. The second step is where you are required now to attach a letter from the company consenting that they want to change their email from whatever is available or whatever is currently in the system to now the new email which will indicate. And this letter must be signed by the directors of this company. And then of course the last part of course you'll be required to make the attachment of the letter. And then of course you proceed to the payment part of the application to the registrar. And then of course once you have paid, this application is submitted. And once the registrar in the back office at URSB has reviewed and approved this application, you will receive a new link on the new email that has been indicated, which of course will now take you to the new details. And then from that point going forward, that will be the company email. Then the other question was in relation to a foreigner who is a director and they died. What I maybe forgot to clearly indicate is that when you're doing data update and you have a dead person, because we are cognizant of the fact that several companies have directors, shareholders who probably are no longer alive, and then of course as at the registry they are still directors. So when you're doing a data update, or of course it is not apparent in a new company, you cannot register a new company where a director is dead. So this element is only in data update. When you're doing a data update on any application or any entity type, and then you have a dead person, let me just demonstrate that, is that when you click on a human being, let's say for example I want to add an individual, or we have an individual in this company who is dead. So I'm going to select that this, let's say it's a Ugandan. I'm going to select it is an individual. It is a Ugandan. Note that at this point there is a tab, there is a radio button which has dead or alive. And note that here we have the requirement of a NIN. So if the person is alive, you must input a NIN. But for where you indicate that this person is dead, okay, this is what I expect. The system is supposed to allow you to enter any other identification document, even if it's not a national ID. But note that you're going to be required to attach a death certificate or proof of death of this person. So let's say, for example, it is in dead and I don't have a national ID, and then I'm going to enter, let's say the death certificate number is 120, that is the death certificate number. Note that when I start typing the number, the system opens up the fields for me to be able to manually enter these details. But whereas if I keep the radio button on alive, let's say I've left it on alive and I've selected Ugandan, if I start typing anything else, it is not going to open up for me because it expects a valid national ID number here, where it is now going to check it with the NIRA and then return the details. So the issue is that for where you select dead, the system allows you to use any other alternative identification document that can be not the national ID, something else other than the national ID. So that is the purpose of this element. And where you click dead, the system here in the description here, or this description of this information that is required here is supposed to be national ID stroke other ID. So that is what is not showing here, but supposed to show you or to allow you to use any other ID. It allows, but just that the description is not describing that you can also use any other identification document. And that relates to, so even where this shareholder is a foreigner, of course you need to indicate that this person is dead, and then you're going to be required to attach the death certificate. Then the other element was on the on the questions from the other gentleman, where he's saying directors as shareholders, is it a must? No, it is not a must. You can be a director in a company when you're not a shareholder. Basically, directors are employees of the company or people who run this company. And as you might be aware, usually for Ugandan companies, you find the same person, you're the owner of the company or the one running it at the same time. We can use examples, let's say for example of Hotel Triangle. The owner of Hotel Triangle might not be the one who is the director of the company or running the company. So it is not a must that where you are a director, you must be a shareholder, or vice versa. You can be a shareholder and when you're not a director, or you can be a director when you're not a shareholder. Then the other element was in relation to marriage. So I think I will let Stephen answer that one, whether we are able to do marriages in this system. So like I already indicated, the services that are in this system are services that relate to business registration and then the services of insolvency and receivership. But note that the services of marriage registration also have a system which is not this one, and it is also online. And actually we are building another system which is much better than the current system for those who have filed the marriage returns. Is that if you want to file the marriage returns, of course, you can also go to the URSB website like I've already indicated. Then you go to e-services, and the marriage returns are in the Directorate of Civil Registration. So I'm going to go to the tab for civil registration. Then I go to annual stroke marriage returns. So once I click here, the website will redirect me to the system where they file those returns. So for you to be able to file, of course, the returns, you must have an account. Then you go in and then you can file the returns. I think those should be the questions, Steve.
Thank you, Ken. There was one last question.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. My question is actually only one. After I've successfully updated the company and updated data successfully, does that mean that the company exists with URSB legally, or it means that it doesn't exist or something like that? Does it legalize it? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I think that one I can answer it very fast. Updating of the company does not mean that the company, non-update, even if the company is not yet updated, the company still exists. The process of updating is facilitating the movement of this company from the old manual or semi-automated register where you would walk to URSB to get a service. The process of updating is facilitating the transition to the digital system. So where a company has done a data update, this company is expected to get services that you would ordinarily walk to URSB to get. It is going to be able to do them entirely online without coming to URSB. And for where the company has not yet updated, it would mean that company cannot file things online. So the purpose of updating is not whether, the purpose of updating is to transit the company into the digital system where you can subsequently interact with the URSB without physically visiting their office. So non-updating of the company does not mean the company does not exist. The company will exist, but like they have already shared, for companies that were struck off and have not yet updated, come October, they are going to undergo a process of deregistration where they are going to be closed automatically. Yes, so it is high time that you update you updated your company to be able to come back to life basically and transact, because they are going to further take another step of deregistration. So the striking off of companies was like a warning to companies to comply. So if they insist and don't comply, then they are going to be forced to close. I thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Crescent Kamsima. My question is about data update. Normally, after doing data update and you have created the company account, the system normally puts a notification that you filed the mandatory forms. You find they are asking you to file Form 20 and Form 18. Yet, while doing that update, we put all that information, and in the business file, you find that Form 20 and Form 18 are there. Yet, the system is asking you to file them again. I don't know whether you are aware about that and how you are going to work on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that one is also something that we need to explain and make you understand the reasons as to why, after you have undergone a data update process, at times it is possible that you will see the system requiring you to file mandatory forms. And usually, like I've already shared, while undergoing this exercise of data update, you're required to provide current information relating to the company. And usually, let me start, there are basically two forms where you're usually required to comply, or while approving the application, the registrar is going to verify whether you've complied with those two elements. And one of them is Form 18. So a Form 18 is a company form that indicates physical and postal address of the company. Let's say, for example, you registered your company in 2019. You indicated your address to be Mbarara City. You indicated the village as, let's say, I'm going to use Hotel Triangle as the village. And now when you came to update this year, you have indicated your address as Mbarara City and then indicated your village as Kamukuzi. Let me use Kamukuzi as the village. So that would mean that this company, which previously had its office at at Triangle, as the village has now shifted to Kamukuzi. Are you getting that? So it would mean that, first of all, the physical address has changed. This company moved from Triangle to Kamukuzi as the location. And it is a requirement that where a company has changed physical or postal address, it must file a Form 18 called Notification of Address. So there are two elements that need to be looked at. So while doing update and you change the physical address of your company or change the postal address, because we are aware that most of the companies, the enforcement of compliance with validity relating to postal address was hard to implement in the older system or the manual system. People would file forms with postal addresses which are not valid. But now, because we have a mechanism of enforcing, most companies have found themselves obtaining a valid postal address that belongs to them. So because now either the physical or postal address has changed, then the company, if you have updated the company like that, and then it is going, that is why you're going to see a requirement for you to file a Form 18. So the same now relates to Form 20, where, like I've already indicated, is that while doing a data update exercise, you're required to indicate the current information of the directors in the company. Let's be specific to directors. So let's say, for example, you registered the company in 2019 and it had two directors, maybe Kenneth and Hamidu as the directors of this company. And now when, and maybe Hamidu still being the secretary of the company. Now let's say you have undergone a data update exercise. You have indicated Kenneth as the director, Hamidu as the director, and indicated Kenneth as the secretary instead of Hamidu. Or probably maybe you have added another director who is not on your company. Or maybe you have omitted one director. So the reason as to why the registrar is going to require you to file Form 20 is because from the review of the file, the registrar has determined that the current directors of this company, vis-a-vis the information that you have entered to be the current directors, is differing. So that is why the registrar is going to require you to file a form after you have done the Form 20, after you have done an update, basically because the directors you have in the list of directors you have given has either added or omitted one of the directors that the registrar is seeing. But for where you're very certain that the people you have entered are the right ones, and you see a Form 20 requirement or a Form 18 in your company account, then of course you can reach out to our office and then they can do a further check on the company and then confirm that that is the actual status and you're required to file. So for where you have a company that you know you entered the right information and then it is requiring you to file the mandatory forms, then you can also pass by and we further look at it. But the principle is that where information as contained at URSB is different from what you have provided at data update, then of course that is why you're required to file those mandatory forms to ensure that the change that you have made is actually filed for. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth Nwagawa. We know this process looks audacious, but it's an easy one once you start doing it on your own. However, it's important for you to note that all submissions in line with the registration of companies will only be done through the system. Take time, create accounts, learn it. You should be able to find your way around it and register your business. Allow me at this point invite our Director of Policy, Planning and Research, Ms. Frida Nayebarebwizi, who will give us the closing remarks. We can see the fatigue has set in, so allow us to close it at this point. Frida.
Thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon, everyone. The representative of the board, our dear Miss Ann Katusime, our board member, the acting registrar general, the RDC around, the clergy that have stayed with us up today, our dear participants, URSB staff. Are we happy? I thank you for standing and listening and learning. I think we never fail to learn, and we're never too old or too young to understand something new. I appreciate the business community that have stayed with us. There are some shops that are calling you, there's business at home waiting, but you've decided to stay and say, let me learn more on the business of doing business, of registration, of knowing how a company can grow, how you can start a company, how you can make your business grow. And I would like to appreciate the team, the URSB team at the back, our organizing committee, Lutunda, Adeline, please stand up for recognition. Please give them a big round of applause. They have made the calls. I would imagine everyone in the room could have gotten a call. And I still thank you for honoring the call and sitting to learn with us. I would like to also to thank our board member, Miss Ann Katusime. She sat through. That's leadership. That's the URSB leadership. The director business, I want you to stand up. A round of applause. He's the brain and the person behind. He's the one you call at midnight and he answers how you can register business. Thank you for your team back at home. DICT, I don't want to mention, but this system you have seen, registering business had its long journey. A journey that there is a time we sat and thought that we want to register a business online at the comfort of your home. I think we are getting there. Thank you, DICT, thank you, URSB, but also thank you for learning that we can actually register. It is a mindset change, and it's a lot that we can take through. We have learned a lot. URSB is unique in its way. You can learn, we give birth to a company, we nurture it along the way. It becomes ill, it goes in the rehab, reinstate it through insolvency, and if it cannot survive, we bury it, give it a good send-off. We hope that we shall not have many of those that we give a long send-off. But as we also discussed, we have other mandates. I don't want to repeat them. But now that I see our clergy, Mbarara is our hub. And I want us to carry the banner. I had my dear colleague mention the Kigezi region. This is our home, where our registrar general hails from. Nimbashaba umutwatanise tandikise business yitu kandi tushanje ngo Mbarara yakwate bendera umukuhandika business kandi yito nza kutishemerwamo nambwe narga niza kufite ubutumwa registrar general ndabantu boko beje kutishagika kandi za kushanga ngo URSB mwagita mutindo gw'amani twahandikisa business abakazi turiyo mu rumatembe hore rizoba mwetera umungaro watakukikiriza nyonka kurira Mbarara junior ndio mwana wa Raharo azanyo akanshemeza akatukuzaje mugabe mwetera tukuza kubukora ebindi ntubigenderaho konka kubatagambira kintu cyo bushwere nyo nimba ni nkwato kandi mbashaba ngo abakazi n'abasheija murengwa makaganyu mwagata mu buteka twakoma bugambo twatera amabega Mbarara konka twamanga twatsiga hwentsigo eragumizemo ekahuhereza n'abaana banyu bakaganyirwamu ningashi bakatunga amaani twaguma ntukwatanisa n'ekanisa tukwatanisa n'aba RDC tukwatanisa n'abakuru b'ediini ntukwatanisa nk'abantu tukamanya amaka gaitu twagakora tuta obushwere bwabwemereire buta wanotwara bara twina abana mwina abana bato mwana naraga university nakoretera umusheija nogira tugumizamu oine kubuuza utakantu ako ahandikise kwara bya divorce ngire akadivorcinga shi haza nsakombeka ihangere kandi mbasima. So on the behalf of the Registrar General and my team and on my own behalf, I would like to close this session, and I wish you safe back to your homes, you travel safe, and we hope that we shall come to different regions, we shall come and register, and I hope at that time you come in big numbers and we register massively. We had a target of around 873,000 businesses through this initiative, and I hope that even in this Mbarara region we can get a few, but also in other regions, and I count on you. I thank you very much, Mbarara team. Thank you, the stakeholders. Clara, thank you for organizing, and I wish you the best for God and my country.
Thank you so much. I think you deserve another bigger hand clap. My bosses have spoken. My only role here is to wish you a very, very safe journey back home. We hope you can be our ambassadors in sending out these messages. Important to notice that your invitations indicated that any form of facilitation will be sent to your phones. Look out for that. It will be done in due time. Thank you and have a great evening. See you the next time.